Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Albarian, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot. I am Murray, your dungeon master for the day, and this is my crew. Hello, everyone. How are we all doing today?
Holla, holla, holla. Doing well,
Super.
well.
Peachy keen.
Yep.
Peachy.
Cheeky.
Leave it to the tangerine. We have a couple of announcements to get into before we roll into the Tales of Andrea. One of them is regarding Tuesday. Vaughn's back as the DM of Into the Wilds with a brand new Dungeons and Dragons campaign here at the Albarian, happening every other Tuesday at 6:30. Vaughn's going to be coming back as the DM for that. We've got Smoky Knight and Inkfey coming back as reprising players, not characters. Their characters have moved on. They've got new ones. As well as a few other new faces. Definitely promising to be a real fun time. They're all VR streamers of their own. I don't know if they're going to be using the VR stuff themselves, but they might. Or they might show us their face. We don't know. We'll see on Tuesday at 6:30. That's happening then. The Little Bits, Wednesday, playing with Mutts. That's still happening at 6. We've got the Return to Valheim. A lot of misadventures last week. If you missed last week, that's a VOD worth catching, for sure. Because holy crap. Wow. Nothing this Thursday. Mystery Bloodheim is being pushed back 1 week to better fit into schedules and each of our IRL lives. So, not this Thursday, but next week Thursday. That'll be happening. As far as Friday, Ben, here'll be shenanigans.
Yeah. I am practicing, so we're actually trying to get the. Sometimes you just gotta fall off the bike a few times, figure out where that center of gravity is, and I think we're doing pretty okay. I'm trying not to beat Undyne right now. Admittedly, my work this week has been not as strong as it'll be probably this upcoming week. But we'll see, because once we get to Sans, that's the big kahuna. That'll will come bite us in the butt here pretty soon. So
The deciding
stay
factor.
tuned, folks. It's exciting. It's fast paced. It's actiony. All that stuff.
Yep.
It's
Nerve-wracking.
exciting.
With
It's
riveting conversation in the background while Ben is struggling at getting good.
yes, it's a good time.
You gotta get good.
Oh, but Peter, to quote
You
you,
gotta.
it's in his genetics.
Okay. It's like the first episode of Here Be Shenanigans.
Oh, way back when.
A lot of stuff is just genetics, unfortunately.
How much you can do about that?
That's happening at 6 on this Friday. Saturday, you keep in tune to the Twitters and such. Right now, we have posted that there's nothing happening on Saturday. That's because I think I have plans this coming Saturday, but I'm not sure if it's this one or the next one. So, I'm really good at managing my schedule. I'm not. I'm awful at it. Aside from that, go to our Instagram and follow it, like that giveaway post, and tag someone inside the comment section. That's still going for another 2 days. It's going to be closed soon, though, and we'll be selecting whoever won that pin. Go and do that. Get your entry in. Everyone. Have fun. Anything from anyone else? I think I'm out of little bitties.
Same.
Getting
Let's
at it?
get in it.
Let's get in it. All right. We'll roll that intro and we'll be right back.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be had in gales and floods, if not at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. Talking about fruit in the background
We
of
all agree
things.
A
mangoes are
fresh pear
Mango's
is always
brilliant.
good. Like a juicy
Ooh,
pear, where it's like
actually,
ripped
that is-
Pears are tough.
off your
Pears
hand.
are very tough.
Yeah.
Gotta
it's
get them at the
hard to
right
get a good
time
pear.
with the pears.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will happily
Perfect
take that cherry with a pit in any day. What the consequences did last week. They
a
found
moist
themselves inside the
fruits
middle
and
of an ambush.
Pear.
Or not an ambush, actually, an invasion of the city of Guthmarsh. Got themselves into a sticky situation, but managed to call for backup, got the backup, heard some disturbing things about the unknown enemy that they are facing, claiming to be Marcus, with Marcus adamantly denying this. Got the heck out of town, leaving Eula behind, and learning that they had just intruded on an operation that had been in the works for a long time. Seeing that they had still 3 days and there was nothing they could do about the fact that Eula was no longer in their presence and left behind in Guthmarsh, they decided to look into loose end's not the right term, a piece of information that Firestorm's been holding on to for a while.
Hoarding.
Hoarding
Hoarding.
for roughly 60 episodes.
Well, no. I was following my religion. And then I became my own god, so it didn't apply anymore.
Well,
Hoarding.
No.
From there, they find themselves in Vicia, the retirement home of Brimlin Soth, the creator of Soth Serum, the enraging potion that the Reclorian berserkers, there we go, drink before going into combat. He just pulled out maps, of which I am going to move you over. This is why, Peter, I said you haven't got them yet.
Very good.
This is... Now, I forgot to test. Well, it's not that I forgot to test whether or not I got everything hidden away in the DM layer for this. It's that there was a tangerine and a... what's the other one? Fine Storm inside Roll20 for most of today. So I couldn't. Because in order to test it... Okay, cool, I got everything. In order to test it, I have to go switch you all to that screen and then switch myself to player view, which wouldn't have been a problem, but... 1 and 2, Let's give everyone else a look at this too. First I need to move away from that. Boop. So, not fully the full map itself. But it might be the best I can do for everyone at home.
He's trying his best.
You do get other little bits. Oh, hey, hello. We're missing people. I forgot to set this one up. My bad, everyone.
Yeah, come on.
What's wrong with me, eh?
Are you or are you not the DM?
Oh, that's right. Everything even switched. Uh-oh. We're all in the wrong place.
Crafting out of the ether.
It disappeared. Right. That's not who we are. I'll fix that in post. I say in post. I'll fix it later.
Like there is a post.
Like there is a post. I'm not Jartis, but that's where I'm at right now. Someone changed their name, so all the Discord things are jumbled.
I'm the
around.
DM.
You're the DM, apparently.
I'm in charge.
You're
I
in
didn't
charge.
change it.
Yes,
Did I?
Relly, tell us about these
No,
rules.
you changed it a while back, but Relly was gone last week, so I didn't get the chance to fix it.
Yeah.
Berlandriel
This
and
week.
Brolog are
It's okay.
mainstays. They had to stay
Well,
where they're at.
Not that I didn't get a chance. I just
Brolog
forgot to.
cannot be moved.
He can be moved, just not knocked prone.
Well said.
So, these are your maps for the most part. There are other little bits and other little sections, but they're not the important points. They're more like long corridors that you go down or other little pockets leading up to these few floors. The first one you're going to find is this one. That is the first one, where these 6 rooms up here are all crew's quarters, where people inside this facility would sleep. Down here are the manufacturing, where they would create the products, storage, basic storage rooms as well. Another location of like mess hall, kitchen, other bits, primarily where he thinks the majority of people would be, because it's where the majority of interesting locations would be.
Is this 4 different floors, or is this for like a compound spread out situation?
So, good question. These 3, so the bottom 2 and the top right one, are compounds spread out, single floor. This
Okay.
one is below all of those. And this is where
Okay.
you're going to find the Huglopid.
The brother. Okay.
Yeah. Zibrata.
So, Bremlin, how do we get here?
Well, yeah, okay, so in order
Just say, how do I get there?
Yeah, it would be odd, wouldn't it? Yeah. In order to get there, first off, you're going to be coming in through, bottom left, through here. That's the entrance location. You then want to make your way through here and up to this entrance area. That, he shuffles around the papers, will take you to here. Well, then you need to move around, go through this section here. Avoid going up here. That's different separate labs. Lots of chemicals that we were playing with there. I can promise that it's going to be in a good state.
Oh, don't say that.
Go through here and up through this corridor, primarily a storage facility. That's not where the mess lab is. My apologies. And then you'll be wanting to move up to this. It'll take you to this map here, where then you're going to move around and get yourself to the lower facilities. It's a very long corridor that spirals downward, but there is a cart system for carting up the goods from the bottom. It's a little slower, and it does require pulley type, so I'm not sure if you can use that at all, but once you see it, you'll definitely know you're on the right track. From there, then, it's just to the large chamber.
Very good. Okay.
Has anybody seen the chamber that he's being held in?
I have.
Do you mind? Oh, sorry. I need to explain. I can see memories and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, that's terribly useful.
Forgot it's been a while. Sorry.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
How absolutely useful. That's incredible. Oh, that would explain a lot. How you've been getting around so quickly without... Oh. Because I know you have a little thingy that can get you from one location to another in a really quick pace, which is fantastic, by the way. If that's calming magic over where you're at, we would very much... I'm not the Chancellor anymore. It's not my responsibility. No, by all means. Yes, please. Oh, hang on. Okay, now you can.
Fine, Storm. I'm going to motion for you to walk over. And
Okay.
you're the one with the thingy, and I'm going to touch the side of your head and touch the side of his head. And get the dream, get the memories, and give him the memories of the inside.
Acting like a conduit in between the two memories.
The USB cord of the group.
The
That's
USB cord.
getting dangerous, you know. Anyway, that's getting dangerous. But anyway,
How so?
how so?
Yeah, how
'Cause
so?
I got the Universal Galactic Encyclopedia in my head.
And
It would blow your mind.
I don't know if you've noticed this, Fine Storm, but I'm not the brightest bulb in the box. So
It's true. He is a good friend, though.
I think
Just
some of that
saying.
would just pass right over me. Either way, have you got the spot?
I don't know. Did I get it?
Oh, yeah, you did.
Isn't this the same day though?
It is the
Mark,
same
Or
day.
it's the same
yeah.
night.
Mark,
So we gotta wait some time.
Now Marcus ported us to this city.
That's right, he did. Yes, he
Did
did.
he?
You're right. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Cool.
he
But
did.
that would
Well,
still
now you
leave
know.
us without a way out.
You
Right.
so
Exactly.
you did
so
get
we
it.
need to
I'm
figure out a
gonna
plan.
describe the scene of what you saw real quick here for Yolondriel and Finestorm to have a bit more specifics as to what this looks like.
The lore.
The lore. The image of what you see is very much akin to the king that you fought. If Prologue were part of this, it would be nothing necessarily new. They look like any other Hughlipid would. Large, full limbs, red-skinned. But despite having multiple open wounds, having been clearly sliced into, gone through whatever combat, this looks like it would be a corpse on a battlefield. A very, very vicious one. But it's breathing. You would also notice that it's in its enlarged state. Usually they calm down and they shrink down to their just normal large, but right now inside his chained to the walls, all four limbs spread out, feet dangling down below, knees not drooping low enough to touch the ground. He's all the blood pouring into collected basins. It's not right. It doesn't look right.
Not right as in.
He should by all rights be dead. It looks
I
like a
know.
corpse, but it's breathing.
You remember which group you're talking to.
Yeah, I remember which group I'm talking to.
By all rights, we all should be dead. A dozen times over, but anyway.
Could I do like a medicine check to like check if that's
You're
like
not
a-
You
seeing
can't
this.
see shit.
Yeah,
Fair.
only Fine Storm and Yolandriel are seeing this.
Okay. I'm gonna ask him. Are there any back ways out? Any emergency exits? Any secondary ways in that we can use to get out?
No. This was very specifically designed for a one-way.
Okay.
So this place is a fire hazard?
Extremely, yes. That wasn't a concern, though.
Okay, I'm gonna call OSHA when we're done with this.
What's
Oh,
OSHA?
don't worry, don't worry. I'm bringing along my thermal nuclear warhead. We're gonna just incinerate the place and
I mean, if the place don't exist, I can't exactly call OSHA about it, so you
Yep.
know what, that's an alright plan. And I just kind of smack him gently on the underarm.
Speaking of, by the way, this place doesn't exist. It exists, but it doesn't exist to the public eye.
Yeah, clandestine nonsense anyway. Listen, what exactly was going on with him? Because
We don't know.
he was...
We lost the city before we started having full conversations and discussions with Quailins about having some of the magicians or whatever they're called coming over to investigate for themselves. But without
So how
practices
recent-
like yours, then we can't come to a conclusion other than through natural sciences, and nothing had any answers.
So
Other
how
than-
recent is this intel of yours?
My memory of
How
it. Oh,
Mhm.
well, it's about a cycle old now.
Is that about a year?
Yeah, that's a year.
Okay.
He's been in my
So-
custody for... I think it's coming up to 80 years? 80 cycles?
So it could be completely different. He could already be dead or moved to a different location. And we could be walking into something completely different
I would...
without a secondary way out.
Very safe assumption. Yes, Groot's been out of our control for quite a while, roughly 9 lunars. 9 months.
Okay. Well, we still have days to plan. Because we don't have to do this right away. We could wait until after the meeting.
That seems prudent in this case, especially considering the last plan went awry.
A little bit.
Plans of the consequences going awry. It's like I'm back in office.
All right, Doc. I say to Bremlin. I'm just going to call him Doc from now on, because that's... He's an evil mad scientist, clearly, so Doc is apt. All right, Doc, give me the rest of it, the complete layout of the building. That way, we know exactly what we're going to walk into, at least layout-wise.
Oh, layout for the building for the entrance of this. I wouldn't recommend going through that one. There are multiple entrances to the facility, only one way out and into the underground where we kept him, though.
Gotcha.
For this entrance, you're going to want to be outside of the town.
Okay. That gives us a day to get there, rest, and then have a way out. I say, kind of like looking at Firestorm. Even though I know that that's how it works, I'm just confirming because...
Sure. If it can be done that fast.
If it can be done that fast, that's the question. Any other ideas? I say to the group.
Plus, you say go into town and wait, but that's a besieged town.
No, I don't say into town and wait. I mean, we can remain on the outside of town.
For a whole day,
Yes.
undiscovered.
I
We've
am
done it before.
pretty stealthy, Firestorm.
You're talking to the shadow. And I'm going to say that out loud, just in case they're around.
Very good. Sounds like a plan.
Because I'd rather not have to fight my way out. Fighting our way in and then getting out sounds like a much better option.
Yes. True.
Because at the very least, if something goes wrong, we can get out of there. Like that.
Well, now the question is, what to do? Bremlin, do you happen to have a comfy chair?
Oh, sorry. Bremlin's the collector. I'm Brimlin. You can just call me Soth, though. It's difference of the two nations. He was Laban, and in Laban the name's pronounced Bremlin, and in Recloria it's pronounced Brimlin. That's why everyone just called me Soth, for the people who knew.
Very good. Soth, do you have a comfy chair?
I have several. Let me get a few out of the packagings.
Thank you.
He wanders
If
off to.
comfy chairs are being handed out, I too would like one.
I also have a few comfortable guest rooms that you can, by all means, sleep in if you'd like.
I think
Very
the
good.
Chair.
Your chair? Very good. All right. He wanders out of the room.
So, I have a question for you, Brolog.
Yes.
If we get in there...
I'm
the
coming too, I
situation-
assume.
I hit my head on the table with the maps. And I say, if the consequences can get in there and the situation changes in some way, because it is possible,
Of course.
that we get him out, would that be an issue with you? Now, don't get me wrong, I am okay with poisoning their supply completely. But
It can't be poisoned.
if it can't be poisoned, or this person, if he is even still a person, can be reasoned with, he could be an ally.
I think I might prefer a corpse.
This is why I asked.
Europids are not to be trusted in the best of times. This does not seem like such, but then again, this particular Ugliopid has been imprisoned for a long time. Perhaps he can be reasoned with, assuming he hasn't gone insane.
Maybe we can strike up a deal, and he can help us out with this in exchange for his freedom.
Perhaps. As you know, I am a reasonable Loxodon.
Yes, as we all know.
And when the time comes, decision will be made at that point with the information available.
Okay. Much better than I expected, Brolog. Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
How does the rest of the group feel about that?
Well, I tend to get smashed around every time a Hugliopid enters the scene anyway, so I'm packing some extra healing spells this time around, though. So I don't
That
know if
seems
do we want to be
wise. That
more
seems
offensive
wise.
based. I feel like healing would probably be a good thing to
Yeah, pack up
focus
some
on, maybe.
healing and
Yeah.
then get ready to change into something that fits in those corridors. Because I don't think a giant scorpion's going to help us out too much.
Yeah.
Perhaps a giant snake, I say, and I look
If
off
it is
to the
underground,
left.
perhaps you could be
Hmm.
a giant mole.
A
Well,
naked mole rat, a giant naked mole rat.
Or
Diggers.
you could
new
do the
Kind of
best
what
of
you
ability.
both, and you could be a hognose snake. Because that is just a long tubey boy, but he has a little shovel nose, so he can dig around.
Well, if we needed to, I
That
could
sounds fake.
transform. It says any number of willing creatures that you can see within range into the form of a larger, smaller beast. CR rating of 4. We could become a pack of groundhogs. Siege our way
And just
in.
gnaw their shins until
Have a day about
they
it.
die.
I mean, stealthy infiltration.
Would I stop for a second in thought and I say, would a giant naked mole rat only be the size of a house cat, considering how small they are? Huh.
Maybe badger size.
We will have to experiment.
Mole rats.
Anyway, we have a few days, so we need to come up with stuff. So,
I
some
also will
suggestions,
ponder.
everybody? The consequences have to... I slam my hand on the table. The consequences have to come up with them.
Yes.
I turn to Jardis and I say, didn't you hear him earlier? He even messed up earlier. He literally said I in a sentence. And he acted and then he pretended like nobody else caught. I got it.
I didn't see anything, man. Slow gaslighting.
Slow gaslighting.
You must be imagining things.
Brolog rolled a 4 to perceive you saying that, Jardis, but otherwise he would have said, that's very wise.
I rub the side of my face as I remember face slapping memories of past.
Whenever Soth comes back with the chair, Brolog would like to sit in the chair and read the tome.
Okay. He comes back. It takes 20 to 30 or so minutes, probably before he does come back. And he's holding one end while another person's holding in the other end. He comes walking in, puts the chair down. Whew. Here you are, one comfortable chair. We'll be back with a few others.
Thank you.
I don't know if they'll be as comfortable.
I don't need one as big either.
Okay.
Take your time, bud.
Very good. He and the other depart, and after a while, they do come back with comfortable chairs for those who require them. You can get to reading your book. Jartis, you have a book as well, as time constraints. Tome of Leadership and something? You're muted, BT Dubs.
Yeah, the Tome of Leadership. I don't think I've spent any time with it at all, so I think I need to.
Neither of you had time yet to.
Need to get crack-a-lackin'.
Mm-hmm.
And then, so how much time can I spend on this right now?
Right now, before nighttime, before sleepiness, For the time
Yeah.
it took to discuss and go over all the maps that he had out there, you all probably collectively have. Well, it depends on how much you want to push it.
Oh, I'm gonna push it.
I
You'll
still
push
want to
it?
get a long rest for sure.
So, what is your plan for the next 3 days? Let me ask that to
Yeah.
give you a
As
proper idea.
after I say we need to come up with the consequences, need to come up with a plan, I say, as I turn around and see everyone sitting down to read books, I go, so I guess we're waiting the next 3 days?
Obviously,
I guess that is the okay.
the
Here,
consequences
All I needed
are
was someone
going to
say
the meeting
something.
first, as discussed.
Yes, but
we're waiting here.
He has comfy chairs.
but we should probably go. Are you going to the meeting? I say, to Gremlin.
Oh, no.
Yes, we need to probably rest near. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. We need to probably
Sorry.
rest near someone who is going to the meeting because we need to know the coordinates and
That is an
and just in case we've
interesting
never
point.
been there. You know what I mean?
Be useful.
That's a good point. Stay the day here. Go back to the mansion tomorrow, perhaps.
Sure.
Well, first, Brolog will perceive how comfortable this chair is.
Okay.
It's a natty 20.
Oh,
That's a
This
26.
It's
This-
dog shit.
This chair is actually very comfortable. It looks like one of those chairs you would have as a lounge chair to sit in and read books of some kind. It also looks never used.
So, would you say that this is perhaps the most comfortable chair that Brolog has ever sat in, or maybe like a 9 out of 10?
Given your history and what I know of the chairs, yeah, I would easily reckon this is probably the most comfortable chair you've ever sat in.
Very good. In that case, Landriel, this is the most comfortable chair I have ever sat in.
Oh, thank you.
And in that case, it seems only right to use it for at least a day. So port tomorrow back to the mansion after utilizing this chair.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. I would have brought a book if I knew we were going to do that, but I did not know.
Would you like to borrow one?
Sure. And I'm going to follow him to wherever the books are.
I too will tag along and look for books.
Okay, what's Fine Storm doing?
Find who?
Fine Storm, you.
Find who?
Oh dear.
He disappeared.
Okay, what's he doing?
Get back to me on that.
Okay. The library that you brought to, instead of the study that you were all in for Yolondril and Relly, you didn't notice it at first because you didn't go through too many doorways, but as you're walking through, you're realizing there's no fixtures, no paintings hung up anywhere. The corridors are empty. Everything about this building looks fairly new and unused, but most of it is... It's as though the house was just built? Maybe? When you get into the library, it's a bunch of crates stacked up in several different locations, and the shelves themselves are completely empty. There's quite a few books in here. Every single one of these crates is full of them. By all means, feel free to peruse. If you take anything out, just please put it back.
Gotcha. Is there any sort of system in place, like the Dewey Decimal? Are they separated by types of books? What's going on here? Are they just willy-nilly?
I would need to ask the people who packed it up. Who
They're
unfortunately
separated
not
by
here.
page number.
So,
Like, books with 5 pages are in one box, and then books with 1,000 are in a different box. It's just a mess. It makes no sense.
box of pamphlets, box of novellas, box of series.
Oh,
And
This
they're all
is
mixed
the
match.
most ineffective way to pack books.
I was gonna say, is it
you
a
just-
box where all page ones are in one box, all page twos are in
They
another
tear
box,
everything
all
out.
page
Yeah.
threes?
Oh no.
That's how we're gonna organize this.
Good luck.
Not
You've
that
heard
bad.
of Build-A-Bear. Get ready for Build-A-Book.
Build a
that-
book.
Trash.
They even went through the double-sided pages and very finely cut them in half so that page 1 and page 2 could be in separate boxes. They were that meticulous.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for something, whatever strikes my fancy, I guess.
I'm just perusing.
All right, both of you give me
Did you know that
investigation checks.
peruse means to look intently?
Huh.
Yeah, but I'm looking intently for nothing in particular. So I'm examining, but like not with a goal.
Yeah.
You said an investigation?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a
Jeez.
6 from me, dog.
6? Okay.
That's gonna be a 22 from me, dog.
22. Wow. Eulondriel. Ah, no, I'll save you for after Relly. Relly, you find a box that's closer to your height. You know, not stacked up way too tall. And get a crowbar and pry it open and look inside, and it looks like a bunch of how-to books. Like information books of sorts. Meant for teaching
dummies.
or something like for essentially the books for dummies. But more in depth in some ways. So you can find let's say there's one that would probably strike your eye given your brewing background. How to brew. And it's one of the books you've never seen before.
How old does it look? Or how recent?
Decently old.
Okay.
It's
I pick it up, I flip through the pages, I give it a sniff, I nod,
oh, it smells old.
and then I
It's got
like
that
hold it.
lovely old book smell to it. Eulondriel, the crate that you open
Yes.
up, it's full of romance novels.
I go, of course. All right. Well, let's see if I can find the smuttiest one. I said I start digging through. I am doing another investigation roll to find the most lewd, lascivious, down and dirty book in this box.
Mm-hmm.
This is one marked Play Bunny.
Jesus Christ. That is, once again, a 6.
Depending on your definition of loot, this wouldn't actually necessarily be a loot book, but you find a book called the Jutori. And as you start flipping through it, it's all about sex positions. It's basically the equivalency of a Kama Sutra.
Oh, I got one of these in my roll. I throw it over my shoulder, and I keep looking.
That'll do. That'll do.
This is a 9 investigation, which is my passive investigation, so I didn't even need to roll. One more try. This is the last investigation.
You know,
Going
I've
through
got
it,
a
you
bunch of
find-
instruction manuals over here.
Nearly getting hit by a loot book from behind.
Yeah, I say, and I put the top in this box, and I go over to that one.
He still looks for the smuttiest book.
Yeah.
Yeah,
looks for
I
the
still look for
smuttiest
the
one.
smuttiest book.
Reproduction
Just-
cycles.
I
The
go,
basics on bird reproduction.
Bird reproduction. No. I don't know. Let's see. I begin to flip through.
This
That's all I'll
isn't
say
this
for
is an
that.
instruction manual, Murray. This is like a how-to, not just like a
Yes.
general.
Yeah, it's how to breed.
It's instructions that theoretically a book would read, a bird would read.
No.
Books reading
It's-
books. This is blasphemy.
It's a book that you would read on on best breeding practices for how to breed certain
Oh,
kinds of animals.
like animal
There you go.
husbandry.
Yes,
Okay.
like animal husbandry.
To breed turnips.
How to breed turnips.
The right way.
Well, first you find them a nice, quiet room. Make sure it's not over damp. Anyway.
Over damp.
Adequate
Damn.
I
soil.
fucking
I wanted to
hope
say over
so.
moist.
Sorry for the language, but
Language.
that really needed it. That was gross. I never want
Really
you to
yucky.
say damp room in a sexual context ever again. That was gross. What has been going on in that room? And why is it damp?
Well, I'm not going to go into details.
Please
Anyway.
don't. Please don't.
You can get Jartis and Brolog easily 4 hours in for that night. But if you're not doing anything, you can push. Like if you're not doing anything the next day that's going to be strenuous, you can push by staying up all night. You
Just
will take a
walk into the
level
room.
of exhaustion from doing so.
Doing it.
That'll be then a total of 12 hours. Added 2, if you're taking that exhaustion level. If you're not, then
So
4
we
hours.
could take an exhaustion level on that leadership too?
Yeah, you could do that too,
Because
Jartis.
we have 3 days, right? So
You have 3
yeah, I guess
days.
we'll do that.
Keep in mind it does take a long rest to get rid of a level of exhaustion or a cure greater restoration. That's the one spell. And you can only do 1 long rest per day. So you can't accumulate too many, otherwise you'll hit that 3rd day and find
But I
yourself still with
could
levels.
cast greater restoration and then rest.
Yes, you could do that.
Alright. Well, we're gonna cram this tome of leadership with that level of exhaustion as well.
Your audio's gone quiet again.
Full cram. Sorry.
No, you're good. It just happens. I can
It's not my
compensate.
audio, it's me. It's always me.
I say stuff like that just for your face. Never, just for your face.
Right.
Gross. Man.
Damp
Yuck.
squelching.
I really wish I didn't read that. Oh my.
The building is below the flood level.
Oh my.
It's below
my.
the water table. Oh,
So 12 hours for the night, then the day will come. Birds chirping in the background. Sun rising up. The room that's been lit by candle for the entire night that Jartis and Brolog are sitting and reading quietly, just the occasional pop of the fireplace in the background and sniff of one of them.
Once we get to about the 10-hour mark, Brolog will reach his fist over to Ajardis and give him a little fist bump and be like, good work. And then continue reading.
This is probably the closest you'll get to Jartis and Brolog having quality bonding time. Alright. For that night, though, we really do need to know now, what did Vinestorm do?
Oh, I disappeared mainly just to see if anybody would look for me. One. And then I'd find a dark, deep corner of the house or whatever mansion that no one goes to, and then just meditate on my, the Obsidian Council thing.
Yeah. Detailing. The,
Am I getting close to that even? I've been putting a lot of hours into it.
You have been, and it's one of those things that you have...
Oh, hold it. I thought we solved that.
Yes.
I took a piece of the house.
You've got the... What's it called? What is that thing? Why am I spacing? Monocle, thank you. You've got the monocle that was given to you that you can use for it. And at this point, it would be more of a situation of trying to figure out how exactly are you going to use this device. And it doesn't take too long to do, but this is the first chance you've really had to sit down and try to focus on what the monocle is, what it can do for you. So after this, you'll definitely know for a fact you can do it.
Okay, good enough.
That helps for a bit. And at some point probably close to late at night. Like, that middle point of you're not sure if it's called late at night or early night. Bremlin will walk in, or Brimlin, now I'm making a mistake, thanks. Soth, I'm just going to call him that now. Soth will walk in and he'll have a confused look about his face.
Shouldn't have named them that.
I did it for fun.
Ice
Which-
Planet Sup.
Your passive insight would be high enough to understand he's looking for someone, and it's probably you. And it's not a concerned look, it's just a wanting to make sure. Hospitality kind of look.
He can keep looking.
Morning rolls round. Yolondriel and Raleigh, you'll both be woken up wherever you find yourselves, either in a guest room or a corner, inside a small chair, maybe, brought to the library. To the smell of fresh cooked food. It smells delicious. You're muted.
Baking Oreos in the kitchen afar.
How's your
Who
book?
makes their own Oreos? My book's
That's
my
the
book's pretty good. Pretty good. It's a bit sticky in places, but every good cookbook, every good instruction book's got to be a
Did you know birds have a cloaca?
I did not, and I don't want to know anything further about that either.
I'm so pleased right now.
It's like it's a singular hole for both
No, I'm just
exits.
gonna cover my ears and just I can't hear you. This isn't happening. No.
Anyway,
They do.
I'm gonna set the book
I do.
back where it was.
I mean, Jardis has that +10 in animal handling. I'm sure he'd know that.
You are a druid.
You've been a
Probably
bird.
You've
You've
been a
had a
bird.
cloaca.
You've
Probably experienced the ins and outs of a cloaca.
You've experienced the fact
you
of
will.
the flying.
If you'll
and then
allow the term
Hey,
of
those
phrase.
long flights, they don't maintain themselves. Like,
birds
they
also
gotta-
don't have the muscle that holds waste in, so it
The
just
sphincter.
comes out. The sphincter. They lack a sphincter.
Yeah, it's a good thing you
Sphincter.
guys is right on top. Let's just
Yeah,
throw
be,
it
be
there,
glad
I guess.
you're riding Jartis and not below Jartis, because he can't control.
Oh man, can you imagine?
Anywho's
In
the Anyway.
talons.
Want to go get some food?
Yeah, Brolog
Berries
will
abound.
find food items.
Come along
And
anyway.
eat breakfast. Whatever the tastiness that the Soth people have prepared.
There's a dining room with a fairly large table. There's no candle stands or anything on it, no tablecloth, and it looks as though the plates and things that have been brought out have never been used, like they're brand new. But the table's been set up, and Soth and the other person you've seen around are sitting at one end, finishing putting things in place. And you walk in and looks at them. Oh, Brolog, I hope you found this study comfortable. Did you get any sleep?
Not a wink. It was an excellent chair, an excellent decision by me. Thank you for letting me use it.
You're very welcome. I'm pleased it found some use.
As I
Is-
walk in, I
Is
say,
there breakfast?
Oh, yes. It's set up for anyone who would like to sit and have some food. Help
Brolog
yourself.
gets in on it.
as I walk in there, I ask, did you guys know that birds have cloacas? And then I'm going to go take a seat at the table.
Relly's gonna grab a cup of tea and then just stand in the corner staring into it with the 1,000-yard stare.
Oh man.
Just
I'm not
biology,
sure
really.
to what you're
Just
referring to,
biology.
Yolandra, but I want to tell you something.
Yes.
Friend to friend, I believe I am on the verge of a great discovery in the book that I am reading.
Go on.
Personal revelation and potential to assist the consequences even further in the destruction of the enemy.
I see.
Yes. It is quite exciting.
Care to explain how, or are you still discovering?
A great man once told me the difference between a great photographer, painter, and a not great painter
What was that? A photographer?
is that
Photographer, the
the
god of
great painter
paintings.
only shows his work at the end, and the not great painter shows it at the beginning.
Okay, well, I can't argue with that, Brolog, so... Well, keep me posted, I guess.
Oh, I will, I assure you.
Anyway, about
It's
birds
officially
having cloacas. Where
canon.
is Jardis? Because I have to ask him personal questions. Have you seen him, bro?
Well, yes, he was studying right next to me all night. An excellent reading partner. Did not say a word the entire evening.
Well, I'll ask him when he gets here.
We need to confirm right now the fact that like in eras of painting, you've got the Baroque era, the medieval era. One of the eras here now in Nathriel is officially the photographer era.
Oh, great.
Photographer.
Good, yes. For those specific
nice
kind of
save.
paintings, the key is to wait till the very end to show anyone.
Exactly.
Sounds like some kind of deity. Land or something.
Whenever Relly finishes her cup of tea and has kind of recovered from Yolandriel's newfound factoids, she's gonna pull out her trusty lute and just kind of mess around with it. But she's going to produce some very un-lute-like noises, in that it will actually be a buttload of synth. And we're now listening to Better Off Alone by Alice DJ. Because that song, it's a banging song. It's fantastic. Sets the
Magically
tone.
altered.
Exactly.
Yeah. Nice.
Normal
There
breakfast
any-
music.
It's quite lively for breakfast. Wow. You all really get up with some energy, don't you?
I just
Yep.
need to forget everything, and I just kind of gesture at Yolandriel. Just,
It's
I
just
need to
biology.
forget all that.
Just
But I really
biology.
didn't need to know it.
Yes, but they're just words,
But when you string them together like that, it does not make for a polite conversation.
Like toe fungus.
Exactly like that. Yeah, so then I just kind of crank the volume button on my lute, because it has one of those. And just, it's louder now, and I can't hear anything else.
Really hard to have general conversation, but that's alright. I think we can manage. What are the consequences planning on doing today?
Brolog would like to yell in Relly's ear. You are being quite rude to the guests, to the host. Please stop.
Man, you were not there when Yolandriel was just saying all sorts of stuff. Also,
I am not
I
talking
literally
about
walked into the
there.
room
I
and
am
said it.
talking about here and now. Please
I'm just
stop.
trying to forget it, man.
Forget
I'll,
elsewhere.
lower
if
the
you need to.
volume. I'll lower the volume so I can hear it, but I guess no one else really can unless they're in my direct proximity.
I'll be right back, guys. 1 second.
But Brolog, me doing
Some
you this
things-
solid of turning down the volume, that means we're one step closer to friendship.
I told you to stop being rude, and you acquiesced.
Yeah, as a favor to you, because I consider you a friend.
That seems to be just a societal norm.
No, it's now Relly's mission to make Brolog be her friend.
Well, a valuable mission. I do not know if you will succeed, but I do wish you the best of luck.
Alright. So then I'm just kind of quietly playing the song. And now eating a bagel, because I believe this breakfast has a dog in it. There's a dog.
There's a dog.
Potato wedge!
Can confirm I do not like fruit punch.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's gross.
Ah,
That's unfriendly.
it is a very artificial taste. It's like no other taste like that exists elsewhere.
It's uncomfortable. What are you all doing for the day? You've got, including
Once,
this day, 3 days.
Assuming Fine Storm arrives at some point, Fine Storm, are you coming to breakfast?
Yeah, I'll show up.
So whenever the consequences have finished eating, I will say to Soft, thank you so much for your hospitality. It has been a delight.
Oh, it's been an absolute delight for me to host the consequences.
Very good. You may want to see this. You may find it interesting. A Fine Storm, to the mansion, if you would.
It's everybody.
Look at potato wedge.
I put my hand in.
All right.
He almost reminds me of Spud.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
Then, as soon as everybody's hands in, we pop away.
Popping away, leaving behind the mansion. Something you all don't see, Soth sigh. I hope I get to see them again.
We'll be dead. Don't worry.
You show up in the mansion. Where exactly in the mansion?
Usually the library.
Okay. Popping into the library. No one's there but the library.
Perfect. Thank you, Fine Storm.
Make my connection. Who's in the house?
No one.
Okay.
Prologue will continue reading for the rest of the day.
Oh yeah. So what I'm going to do is, well, I've already made sure I got in contact with everyone. I already told you about the God thing.
Yep.
I'll just put some training hours in. You know,
Do some general
hitting
training.
bags.
You know, there's a training room. Yeah, you can find one.
That's what I'm gonna do for the rest of this day, at least.
How about the Jartus Rally and Fine Storm?
I get that grindcore mindset. How much time could I squeeze out of today? On that
Today?
tome of leadership.
So, for ease of it, breakfast probably took about an hour or so. If you're considering the general length of a day, roughly around 16 hours for 8 hours of rest, that would mean if you grind out for today, it would be 15 hours that each of you can add to if you're doing it for the whole day before we get to the night.
We have another day of rest after tomorrow, right? Another evening of rest.
So you've got
Where's tomorrow?
tomorrow completely free, or the next day completely free. The day after that will be the day that you get the coordinates that you need to port to.
What are the consequences of me pushing it to 4 hours of sleep? To max out the...
You would still suffer
exhaustion?
exhaustion.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would still suffer exhaustion. So
Which I could heal from the next day.
you could, yeah. It would, if you did 4 hours, I would equivalency of a short rest. If you did that first off,
Just
if you only
that
did-
one night.
yeah. So if you did it first off, I would say you could push it and do a second one, second night of no rest.
What if I cast Greater Restoration first, and then got into my grindcore mindset? It'll take out that level of exhaustion, right?
It would take out that level of exhaustion.
So
Let's put it this way. You can go ahead and do that. but I'm not gonna tell you what I'm gonna do for the night.
Okay. Let's hope I don't regret that. At least we're not currently exhausted.
True, true.
Brolog's just
Use
gonna
one
do
of
the,
the fifth
the
level spell
15 and then go to sleep.
15 in sleep.
That's
Perfect.
how many hours? That's now. Is that
So-
16 or 18?
If you're
The
scrounging out
extra
4 more hours, that's 19.
19.
Sorry, why are we
19.
keeping track of specific hours for things?
They both have
I
books
have
that need
6
to be
days.
have 48 hours of reading done in them within a week, or the magical
You said mine
properties
was
behind
30.
them.
Oh,
Let's change
okay.
It should be 48.
Okay,
I thought it
we
was
change-
30.
Mhm.
Sorry,
change it.
sorry. Yeah, when I gave you all the books, I didn't know exactly what the hours were. And I quoted 30 to begin with, but then looked into the mechanics of it and found that it was 48. So you should both be having the 48.
Got it.
Mhm.
So that would be...
It's in 6 days, right?
yeah, it's in 6
So we have
days.
6 days to do the whole 48 hours.
Yep. And if you don't do it in the 6 days, you gotta start over.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's a roughie.
But you still have the tome, right? So it
still have
doesn't
the
like
tome.
go away.
And it doesn't lose its magical properties. You just have to start over from the beginning.
Kind of like items like that.
It's fun.
Contain
It's
great
like
power, but you have to like focus on them for a while.
when you first start reading the book, it
Continuously.
looks like my handwriting, my notes, all over the place, absolute garbage. No one can understand it. But by the time you finish, it's immaculate.
Nice.
Everything you read makes sense. You can understand all of it. It's kind of like one of those things.
Some leadership in their lives as they read the Tome of Leadership, wrote the Tome of Leadership,
Yeah.
or something. I don't know.
You two reading?
know yet.
Find Storm Rally?
I am going to spend the entire day dwelling the knowing on. Well, hold it. First off, I'm very confident about the Obsidian Council right now.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a problem.
You're confident you can disguise it. It would only really be a problem if someone's really, really damn perceptive and investigative. Like, you gotta have the dual combo. Like, if you're looking at your passives, both your passive perception and your passive investigation would have to be insanely high. It basically took the DC from whatever you could do, being like a 10, to where they have to roll essentially a 30 in order to be able to see anything.
So can I get a sleight of hand roll on top of that?
No.
Let's
No,
make it a
this is-
40. Come on.
You can make it look like that easily, but
Mhm.
this is more of them being able to tell whether or not that's actually true. The big thing you're also relying on for that is the house being able to close themselves off from all the prying of the other artifacts. Because they can all feel each other and see and speak to each other when they're in proximity.
Mhm.
So you have to figure that
Okay.
that aspect is figured out. It's pretty much as best as you can get it, considering the
Okay.
situations. And the fact that an aboleth created the artifacts. You're not at that magical power level. You're
Yeah.
powerful, but not that magical power level.
Okay. Then I'm going to spend the entire day searching the knowing and studying. I still want this teleportation to be better.
Mm. The day's explorations of your own mind would result in a specific kind of knowledge. The gods, they have close to unbounding powers for the category of whatever they oversee. The knowing was less magical than most of the others. He didn't rely on magic, he relied on knowledge. Most of his stuff wasn't done with arcane means, it was done by his own means. Which would lead you to discover that not all of them have the same arcane capabilities. They have the same powers, and not everything that they do is arcane. Some of it's quite divine. Whereas they will it to happen and it happens, and that's something you haven't unlocked yet.
That's what I'm studying too.
Yeah, that's going to be, I will tell
A long
you as a
time.
player now, not something we're going to get to. That'll be very
Wow.
long time. Years upon years upon years of studying.
Okay, then. Can I make it more efficient to recharge the bracer?
The bracer, you would need the arcane knowledge. And the knowing, while he has the knowledge, you wouldn't be able to practice it. Like, basically I'm telling you, you would need levels in Wizard. You would need to be able to alter magical, already developed and created magical items.
Okay. Let's just say I spend the day figuring all that out.
Mm-hmm. It's a good chunk of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Really? For yourself, what are you doing for the day? Yeah, that's you.
I'm gonna wander around the mansion and just kind of look for Callus. And do I eventually find him?
There is no one in the house.
Real? Are there Joffreys?
Joffrey is the house, so yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna spend like a couple of hours like just wandering, getting myself interminably lost, looking for Callus, and then eventually I'm just gonna kind of like, having never summoned a Joffrey myself, I'm just gonna like and say, "Hello, Joffrey."
The place where you knock, when you pull your hand away, face just comes out of it, and eventually he walks out of the wall. Yes, ma'am. What might I do for you?
Where's Callus? And the rest of them. Preoccupied is a state of being. It's a state of what is he up to? I asked where.
Right, yes, my apologies. I might, maybe a little bit more explanation might be more understandable. He's preoccupied.
Is he within the house anywhere, or is he like out and about?
I am severely apologetic. Really, he's preoccupied. I'm sorry. It appears as though I am being prohibited from telling you where he is.
Oh, well, ain't that something? All right. Could you guide me back towards the library? Because I do not know where I am.
It's the door right behind you.
Well, hot damn. Thank you kindly. And I'll just like shuffle awkwardly back into the library. And I'll peruse those shelves.
Open the door, it leads to, confusingly, a small little corridor, about 10 feet long. You go through and you open the other door and it goes to the library. If you turn around and open the door again, to where you just came from, it's the hallway that you're familiar with.
The Twilight Zone song is now playing, just audibly outside of me. Okay,
All I can think of right now is X-Files.
That's probably what I'm thinking of then. Just like the da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh.
That's X-Files.
Okay.
That's Twilight.
Okay, Twilight Zone is what's happening around me.
Imagine a world.
Imagine a world where the houses are alive.
You have to pretend to have a cigarette in your hand.
And the hallways.
Imagine a world.
And there's a man in your walls.
Now, what if your house was a person? How would you do this?
And riddle me this: what if not only was the house a person and the person the house, but what if the food was also the house and the person?
Oh, I don't want to
The
think
person.
about that. That's too much
Just a
thinking.
Joffrey's head comes out. You don't want to think about that. It's rather disturbing.
You're eating a bowl of Cheerios, and then like the circle Cheerio just has a Joffrey face all of a sudden. Like, Sir, there's emergency, and
You're like, oh god.
anyway,
So I'm just
continue.
gonna
Sorry.
It's
Oh,
Joffrey and the
disturbing days.
I'm just gonna
Cheerios.
shake my head,
Joffrey is the
continue on into the
Cheerios.
library. So the real Joffrey was inside us all along.
Yep.
I guess so.
You've been infected for a while now.
So I'm just gonna like skim along,
Grand cosmic
grab
perspective.
another
Just
book
don't think
because
about it.
I left my brewery book at the wherever we were with Soth. And I'm gonna grab another book off a shelf. I do not care what it is because I'm not really paying that much attention. In a picture. And I'm just gonna kick my feet up in a comfy chair. Yeah. Ooh, and I'm also is that chest that I had enchanted still around? The one it's not enchanted anymore, but from when we fought that big dragon.
I believe it was shoved into a hole or something. Where'd you all put
So
that?
no more.
That's a
It
good
was in the
question.
library.
Oh, did you
I
leave? Oh,
don't-
you left it in the library.
I think we just left it in the
Yeah,
library.
it's still there. Exactly where
Okay.
you left it.
Then I'm gonna like pat it in a friendly way as I walk past. Yeah. pick up my
Ancient
feet.
dragon's head just.
That has been moved and is in the process of being
Oh.
cured and prepared for the ways that Brolog enjoys.
Oh,
Thank
my.
you.
That
Yeah,
was
so
definitely
Meat's
not
back on
meant
the
to
menu,
say.
boys.
So yeah, just kind of hanging out mostly, passing the time, skimming through, looking at some funky pictures. Humming a little song to myself while I do so.
The first book you pull off is written in a language you don't read. The second book is also language you don't read. And
That's fine.
The third one, language you don't read. And then you finally get to the section where there's just looks like small little booklets that have been stitched together. And you open it up and it's like a picture book, but each picture is segmented on a page. And inside each picture it depicts certain activities being done, and then these strange little boxes popping out of each individual with text inside of it. And you can read this. And as you read through, it tells you a story, a tale. Each picture moves by and depicting different scenes with people saying things with these little boxes of the text. It's a comic book. There you
Gotcha.
go. No, there's the eyes of realization. It's rather. It can be grotesque in some places, but it's poorly written, especially. But the art is phenomenal.
All
And right
right,
at the
so I'm
back,
just
it's
gonna.
signed, Ileana.
Really? That's interesting.
That's a lot of
Is
these.
it a-
You can fill your day
What
with
is it? An early Stan Lee, Steve Ditko comic? Bad story, great art. Let's go. Hot
Yeah,
take.
think like Ghost Rider.
Okay, because I have so much experience with reading the early Ghost Rider comics.
How about Sleepy Hollow? Do you know what that one is?
Comics? No.
Oh, no, it's not in comic wise. You know the story Sleepy Hollow?
Oh yeah.
Think a story like that, but really
Okay.
poorly written. Just that kind of graphic novel stuff.
Okay, I can dig it. So, not the kind of pictures I was looking for, but this. And so I
Yeah,
just
probably.
grabbed like a handful of them, not even checking the issue number or anything. Just grabbing a handful off a shelf. Go sit down, pat the chest, have a nice time, hum a little song.
Chest is incredibly inanimate at this point, but
Don't care.
yeah, that's fine. I figured as much.
It's my friend. It's my friend.
It can be animate at any point in time. Probably start
Okay.
puking out the gold inside. It's fool. Anyway. Day
Yeah,
goes
that's
by.
me.
And nighttime comes by. All doing your things. We'll move to the last day before the day of the council meeting. No one arrives in the house, even for this day. It is another day of calm relaxation, if you would
Okay.
like.
I am going to just kind of say in passing, aloud to the room, not really directed at anyone in particular. You know, Joffrey said something. When I asked for the whereabouts of Callus, all he would say was preoccupied. No location, not in the house, no out of the house, just preoccupied, which does not answer my question whatsoever. And that was bizarre. And then I just kind of shrugged.
Is anyone even in the same room?
Hell, I don't know.
Jartis-
Brolock wakes up, eats the house, and then studies for the rest of the day.
That was a beautiful sentence. Jartis, you would be inside the room, having fallen asleep inside your chair. What I need from you is a Constitution check to see if you
Okay.
can stay awake to the point you want to stay awake. Because as a greater restoration does remove your exhaustion, your body is still needing to go through the natural cycles of life.
Telling me I can't just take more caffeine pills?
No. It doesn't, sadly.
No.
I wish I could. I hate sleeping
If
personally,
only.
so I think it's a waste of time.
Human
Like,
needs,
That
like
scientist
sleep
thing.
and rest.
Meet the Robinsons, just wearing like a dozen caffeine pills, patches up and
Oh,
down
yeah.
her arm. I haven't
Caffeine
slept
patches.
in 9 days.
I haven't slept in 9 days! Right, what's your savvy?
What's our constitution? At 7.
7.
7. Yeah, not very high. Ouchie,
You
oochie,
managed
wawa.
to squeeze 2 hours in, but end up taking the equivalency of a full rest at 6 hours.
Oh no. Okay. So I ended up passing out.
You ended up passing out, yeah. But you
Yeah,
did
that's
manage
a
to
bad move
get
right there.
to.
I've done
Yeah.
that before in real life.
You did. So instead of the 16 hours you'd get in the day, you ended up getting 18 hours. So you got a little extra
18?
by pushing it, but
Okay, so 18 hours.
18 extra hours on top of what you previously had.
On top of the 19 from day 2?
That was day 2.
There was. Okay, so day 2 became 19 hours. Or 18 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
You should have a total of 30 hours at this point, I believe.
Yeah. I have 12 hours from day 1, 18 hours. Yeah, so it should be at 30, yeah.
Perfect.
We're getting there. Hopefully.
Slowly but surely.
Some gentle landing into San Diego, and we'll see some sunny skies here pretty soon.
Thank you for choosing JetBlue as your airline this evening.
Jet
Your
Jones?
baggage
Yeah.
I just-
Can be
it was the
found
first-
being
it was
trailed
the
behind
first
you by
company
yourself
my
because you
brain
don't know how to
came
let
up
go.
You will be checking at baggage claim 7. Baggage claim 7.
Next day, how are you all spending the day?
Waking up, eating the house, studying.
Studying.
Waking
Perfect.
up to ash and dust.
Feeling like
Um,
Pete did.
Waking up, eating the house.
Well, thinking about how the house is made of servant and the food made of house, same thing. I will pull out one of my blunter knives and I will unscrew a doorknob, and then I will try to eat the doorknob.
It's metal.
I hit it with the hilt of my knife, so it's smushed. I eat the doorknob.
It's metal. You get a ching.
You trying to eat doorknobs out there? Is that what I'm hearing?
So Charlie and
You
the
don't know
Chocolate
me.
Factory bogus.
I knock on the wall again. I say, hello, Joffrey.
Face comes out of the wall. Yes, ma'am.
So this is bugging me. I can't get over it. So if house is made of you, or you're made of house, and the food is made of you and also, and like all same thing, why can I not eat this doorknob?
Because that is a doorknob, and it is made of metal.
But it's part of the house, and it's all the same thing.
Yes, it is all the same thing. It is all part of me, and I am part of it. However, not every single part of me is the same thing.
So what part of this house can be eaten? Like, is the insulation, is that cotton candy, or is it gonna rupture
The
my
food
intestines?
can be eaten. The house cannot.
That is monumentally vague.
Think of it in this kind. If you were to encounter a rock golem of some kind, would you eat the rock golem, which is made of entirely rock?
Depends on the kind of rock, man.
Very well, we'll stand with general rock. The kind you typically don't eat.
Does the rock golem have nice cleavage?
no.
What's the tit situation
The face
like on
just
that rock?
disappears.
Cannot eat the
The
rock
face just
golem.
disappears.
One
Joffrey
claps
leaves.
the rock golem.
Joffrey left.
I will not rest until I figure this out. And I'm just gonna take the doorknob with me. Gonna stick it in my
Okay.
pack.
Little
Adding-
piece of the
I'm
house.
adding
Great.
smushed doorknob to my inventory.
Brolog got a dirty 20 to perceive what was happening, and he will say, really, perhaps you should go to the kitchen. Perhaps the doorknob will turn to food in the kitchen.
You know, now that is a concept. I'm gonna take the doorknob, go off on a little mission. Gonna
We're
find
gonna put a pin in that rock golem comment though, because that seems like information we
Is
all.
there like a
Yeah.
scientific understanding of like molecules and like matter at all in this universe?
Do rock golems produce milk needed to raise
Because
their young?
all-
That's the question.
All the house is a
gonna mute
condensed
you.
version of like a universe.
Um.
Just like,
So
I don't know,
to answer,
dirt and popcorn are made from the same atoms essentially, but some slight differences change it from dirt.
that
versus
could
food.
be entirely fair. To answer that question though, Jartis, you haven't the foggiest. No one in Andrea. Ben,
I think this conversation is confusing, and I will dive deeper into this this tome of leadership. I'm like, a good leader
What is
doesn't get
going on?
distracted. 2 days in, I should know that by now.
Well, you both only have 18 hours left in your book, and you can easily push the 8-hour typical rest to be a 6-hour typical rest. I like to say that's a normal thing, and screw the long 8-hour rest. If you want to do a 6-hour, you can, because that's what I do on a regular basis, and I'm functioning. Right?
This is a world where you can meditate and get a full night's rest in 30 minutes. So I don't think it matters.
6 absolutely makes sense. I think it's fine.
Hey, what are you talking about?
Well,
the
I'm,
goals. Yeah.
I'm waking up and eating the house. And then I'm going to inquire with Jardis about the cloaca situation, the food. And after that, the rest of my day is going to be trying to get into contact with somebody who regularly lives in this house to find out if they'll be back in time to get the information needed for the meeting.
Upon reaching, presumably, to Marcus, who seems to be someone who's directly in line with figuring out this meeting, you get the answer again of, I'm terribly sorry, Yolondriel, I've told you this a few times now. Location's being given day of. I'm not giving anything else out.
You misunderstood my question. I was wondering if you'd be back in time to give.
Information's being
Are
given
we
out
getting-
day of. That is all
Yeah,
I
but
will
are
say.
we getting the information? Is what I need. Never mind. Did I hang up the phone call?
The
I'm gonna call out to the rest of the party, the rest of the consequences. All right, consequences. I have no idea what's going on with this meeting, so I guess we'll find out day of. Jardis, have you figured out the cloaca situation? Sorry, I'll stop. That's the last time I'm gonna.
All of this discussion is causing Jardis to resort to eating good berries exclusively until we leave this house.
And
He's gonna
not
be
the
so
house.
constipated at the end of the day.
He's not gonna eat the house.
Oh, well, I only need to eat one a day.
Yeah. It'll satisfy all your nutrition needs. Eating multiple oversatisfies
Yeah, let's
your
just say
nutrition
day
needs. It's
three.
like
Day three's going to be
overfibering.
a little blocked up.
Yeah.
Day three's going to be a little blocked up.
Little cloggage
Like
going
eating a
on in the
block
systems.
of cheese.
Mhm. Delicious, but
Might
you learn
we
to
be
regret
able to use that in an offensive strategy if I become a giant
Skunk?
something?
You do the research and come to me with a logical argument. Yeah, sure.
A giant seagull after a
Come
day's
in as
worth of
a-
berries.
Orangutan swinging poo. It's extra clawed,
Yes,
so extra
I
heavy
like
and
that.
dense.
Does that
The eagle
what kind
is
of
dropping
damage
the
is that? Would that be
package, I
poison
repeat.
damage?
The eagle is dropping the package.
Oh, good grief. Dragon is on the menu now as well, because the house now does have frame of reference of what dragon meat is.
Oh, yummy.
So I'm giving you all dolphin meat for lunch. He gives you dragon slices, dragon meat sandwiches.
Oh, one conscious being to another, I see, House. I
Yep.
like the way you work. Anyway, that's my day.
After saying that, he responds with,
Dolphins and
Yes,
dragons,
after-
oh my.
After my awakening from Marcus, I learned that I liked the taste of several different kinds of meats, and seeing as most people don't typically eat them, I like serving it to them.
I'm gonna lean down to Relly. Avoid the long pork. If it's ever on the menu, avoid the long pork.
I don't eat pork anyway, but thank you.
It's not pork, I'll just say that.
Jeffrey's head comes in between both of you. It's human.
Jesus. Could you go back in the wall, Freddy Krueger?
Oh, I've had the perpetual need to sneeze this whole time, and it's really freaking bothering me.
Sneeze.
Oh!
Folks at home, join us on Discord and all social media, Alberian, everywhere. The Discord is a whole lot of fun. We have a ton of different channels, a ton of different stuff going on. And social media is where you find out if we're having giveaways and schedule changes and special news. So there's a merch store.
Thank you. Okay, I think I finally got rid of it. Just had to pop my nose a few times. Final day. Fine Storm. I think you're the only one. What are you doing today?
I don't know. I'm searching the knowledge or the knowing again. I'm just gonna let the knowing take me where it wants. Let's see what happens if I do unguided knowing search. I may not wake up. Who knows?
Just don't mind me. I'm just writing something down. That is going to have a lovely result, actually, on something. Dark room studying. Londrel reaching out to people and looking around for anyone. No one showing up for the whole day. And getting the frustrating responses from Marcus and anyone involved with this process. Anyone you reach out to. Alpha A, they don't know any of the details. They've heard just as much as you. King Shago, who is helping coordinate all this stuff, would respond with the same kind of extremely vague details. Only from him you'd get the sense that he doesn't even know where he's going to be.
I get all of these responses back, and I'm like, I wasn't asking where it was going to be. I was asking. Everyone was confused by that question. Okay.
That's what you asked. Where is this
I was
meeting
trying
gonna
to
be?
ask, is anyone going to be here in time before the meeting starts? That way we have the information necessary to get to the meeting.
Which you were told that the information to get to the meeting will be communicated to you the day of.
Okay. I didn't know if it was getting communicated to us or if we needed to be with Marcus to get the information or with somebody else to get the information.
Specifically, it'll get communicated to Fine Storm, who has the bracer.
Well, let's hope he's been there, because that's the only way it works.
I've been everywhere.
Not quite.
Says the guy I had to give the information to about the inside of the...
He didn't actually, but anyway.
That
No.
he actually did.
Oh.
That particular location, he actually did.
Huh. Not quite the Encyclopedia Britannica that you made yourself out to be, huh, Fine Storm?
I still can be.
Hmm.
Hey, I'm going to follow your delusional path.
Just going to call it, for the most part, another day of just reading and studying up. Jartis, if you haven't already, do you have Tome of Leadership inside your inventory?
I do not think so. I have it written down in my notebook, but...
Okay, I'm going to fix that. Because by adding it to your inventory and then equipping it, it'll automatically boost your charisma upwards. So here, I'll add it to your stuff. Leadership. Tome of Leadership and Influence. Added to your equipment. It's not actually there, though.
How many hours did we get on that third day?
You can get 18, so you can get up to the 48.
Okay.
Easily,
So that's
and still get a long rest.
Sounds good.
Alright, Jartis, refresh your page. It's in there.
Refreshing.
Should be at 19 charisma now. Nice. And prologue, you already know what to do.
Damn. +4, baby.
Yes. We'll move to the day of. Almost. Breakfast comes around, so I say almost. It is the day of. A few things are happening though.
Can Relly have snuck into the kitchen before breakfast to see how it happens? Also taking her dog with her.
You can give me a stealth check.
Am I tricking the house that I'm currently inside of?
You're attempting to. That's why I'm asking for a stealth check.
Stealth. Okie dokie. That is, if I know how to count, a 23.
23.
Mhm.
very quietly walking through the hallways, creep up to where the scent of the food is wafting from. Open up the door, and you see a bunch of Joffreys walking around, cooking different substances, cracking some eggs, fairly large ones, not chicken eggs like what you might expect, but these larger ones, just smashing against them, opening it up, and the large contents coming out, scrambling it up, and realizing that one of those would be enough for all of you. Whereas the chicken eggs, you'd need to do like 2 dozen. And then every now and then,
Roll
they
on
walk
roll.
over to a dumbwaiter, pull on the string, it comes up, fresh supplies of different kinds of foods coming out. They're cooking a very vibrant and active meal.
What about my doorknob?
It's a doorknob.
Is it now like an apple? It's still a
No,
doorknob.
it's a doorknob. I'm loving how you've all attached to this. How is food getting made in house? I wanna know. Can you
I really-
show me?
So, hear me out.
The
The Joffreys, when they're like ootin' a boot and walking around, they're not like connected to the house. They're like walking inside of it as we are. They're not like rooted to. Yes.
I will answer that in one way. You've never seen them floating. So think about when you're walking, right? 1 foot on the ground, you lift 1 foot up, you put it on the ground, you lift the other foot up, you put it on the ground. At every single time you've ever seen Joffrey walking around, he's always been connected to the house in one way, with a foot on the ground. I'll let you ponder that while we move over to some other people.
Yeah.
Your night, Finestorm, is filled with visions. They're not quite visions, and they don't quite fully feel like memories. But they are memories. It's a strange experience to describe, and you yourself can safely say you've never experienced something like that before, as these thoughts just get pummeled into your brain over and over again. What you see is the first couple of thousand of years of knowledge that the knowings brought into things. And what he learned, and all those memories that start coming flooding to you. Now I am going to... Actually, no, I'll just tell you straight up. One thing you would learn from this unguided exploration of knowledge would be that the gods of Nathriel have something that they call the God's Grace. Something that makes them a god. And it was not ripped from them, but torn out of their realm when they were removed from it. So their grace was laid dormant, so to speak, and was the thing that Eshnar was trying to collect. Once you have the grace, the only thing that can remove you from it is yourself. The knowing gave you his grace for safekeeping, while you attempted to become what you're trying to do, essentially taking his place as God.
Yeah.
Now I'm going to pop you a message.
Okay.
Elondriel.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yours is a little different. Wake up. It's a beautiful morning. Nice and bright and shiny.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll. Get into the room, the dining hall, where Rayleigh's missing. Don't see Fine Storm, but that's probably normal. Jardis and Brolog are in there eating breakfast.
I eat house.
Walking over to the table.
There dragon available?
Oh yeah, there's dragon. There's little dragon bacon strips
Need to eat house?
for you. Yeah. As you're walking over to the table, your sight changes from seeing the table, seeing the room that you're in, to seeing the splendid golden halls of the celestial plane. It's being rebuilt slowly. You can even see now that pieces of the floating rock are starting to get mended and put back together. What Brolog and Jarta see is Yolandriel's armor start to suddenly very glow vibrantly, and his eyes go pure white and tattoos glow. And he stands in his place, not moving. Breathing, yes.
Brolog will walk up to Yolandriel, do one of these, and just give him a slap in the face.
Completely unresponsive.
Fine Storm, any ideas?
He's unresponsive too.
I think detect magic maybe? Some of that.
Sure, yeah, give me a detect magic.
Okay. So I don't think I have to roll anything. Alright, well I can at least see like what class of magic is going on. Is this benevolent or
Oh no, this is not benevolent at all. This is divine. He is
divine malevolence?
hang on, what's your passive? Oh yeah, your passive insight's enough to be able to tell that right now he's alive, he's where he's at, but he's not in danger.
Okay.
Go back to eating house.
So I'll communicate whatever's going on, it doesn't seem like he's in any danger. I think
Well.
it's best to let whatever's happening subside
good.
on its own.
Brolog will use detect. What is it? Detect thoughts on Yolandriel.
Oh.
Nice.
I'm having a pondering on this. Okay, are you doing surface level, or are you diving deep?
Oh, dive.
Diving deep? Okay. We're gonna go to break so I can think about this longer. And use the bathroom.
That's a good idea.
And I
I
just
can
gave
do
you
that.
another question to think about.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. I see that now. I have thoughts that I need to be making. So we are going to go a 15-minute break here, so that I might ponder them, and we might refresh our glasses, which I've emptied. I plowed through that disgusting fruit punch drink miserably.
Ugh.
It was gross. It was so gross. I'm not having that again. But we'll be right back, everyone.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 to the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine,
All
still.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim.
Dog, dog, dog. Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me. Get in front of me. Get in front of me.
I'm coming. I was marking the cave.
Dogs. How do I stand up? Ah! Get the dog. Help.
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You.
Me?
Irving.
Oh.
Yes, because I can't think. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before we
Yeah.
even started.
Shut up, Melvin. I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked.
That's a good drawing, right?
Damn right, Zach, that's
Really
good.
good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone.
Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being
Yes.
said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasize that there is a book.
Holy! Way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late.
There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew infallible relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put lanterns, hang lanterns out on the front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba. And burbled as it came.
No!
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if
Okay.
you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body. Rawr. Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's
You
slime,
went that
it's
way.
booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance." everyone, welcome back to the Inn. We just came back from our little bitty breaky. Hope you all had time to lose a few ounces in preparation to gain a few more. We are coming back to... Hey, Chef Hunter. Coming back to Eulandriel, finding himself in a room that's still in disrepair, but slowly, boom, coming back together seemingly by itself. There is only one person in this room around you, from what you can first see and tell. And it's Andrea, who's currently looking up, as though she has no idea that you're here.
Yo.
So is Brolog seeing this also? What do we
So
know?
Brolog, what you're seeing is a blank, empty slate.
Oh. Okay.
It's as though when you go in, usually there would be a requirement of a save of some kind for a deep dive into someone's mind. But for you, for this time, there isn't. And it's because his mind is not inside his mind. It's gone. So there's nothing to get into. Where did I put that? There it is. We say, yo.
That's very strange. His mind seems to be missing more than usual.
More than usual. You say that out to the room where Jartis is. Eulandriel. You say, yo. And Eulandriel, who continues looking up, replies back. Work in progress, but we're making each step as best we can.
Now I can hear you.
I hope you found our response to your previous request satisfactory.
Oh. Did you message me something on break?
Nope.
Oh. Oh, just that thing you said?
She's talking about the whole Redley face and Jartis arm stuff.
Oh, okay. I completely forgot about that. I go, yeah. Completely forgot about that. Thank you so much. I feel so much better about the jokes I was telling her, not knowing we couldn't fix her face. So thank you for that.
Jartis should be able to regrow his arm now as well. It got rid of the nasty magic behind that not being the case.
Nice. Yeah.
You're gonna hurt?
You're not there.
I owe you more than one.
You're the voice of the gods. You made a request. It's something we could do, so we did. Speaking of requests, the unknown cannot be found. We know he claims to be Marcus. We know what we're dealing with in general now that we're back up here and able to actually take care of things. But we cannot find him. The shadow has looked everywhere. Which makes me believe that as we might be able to help get past issues with penetrating someone's mind, it's not safe to. We don't know what kind of side effects there are going to be.
Yeah, I know. But I was thinking of something. It almost worked before with just me, with just all of my memories. But what if we use it as a team? And I'm going to look up at her. And I'm going to say, if I can link all of the consequences minds together in that moment, if you can open it up, do you think that would be strong enough?
There's the potential, yes.
And what are the potential repercussions for the rest of them?
If you do this, Yolondria, you're looking at your death, hands down. There's nothing we can do about that. If you include them, you could be including theirs as well.
So none of it will be mitigated across all of us.
I cannot give you promises.
Okay. Brolog probably will, but I don't know about the rest of them. If it needs to happen, but in the end, absolute last scenario, try and open them up.
If we must.
Yeah.
I hope we don't.
Me either. But hey, what can you do?
You can do a lot of things to make sure it doesn't come to that.
Yeah, but I've not been the luckiest person over these last, I don't know, 13 lives. We'll see. We've got plans, other things to do, other avenues. But if it comes down to the end of all this, I'll take that chance.
You're definitely suited for the armor.
No, I'm just dumb enough to wear it.
Every single Guardian since before you has made the exact same decisions. If you think it is stupidity to wear it, then that's your forte.
Either way, thanks again to Andrea. I'll be in close contact. You know everything that we saw, right?
We have our ways of gathering what we need. Usually it would be the knowing who tells us all that's happening. However, they don't currently. She looks over towards a cornered area. There's a strange iridescent light coming from a spot, and for the intents and purpose and things, you're not entirely sure what the purpose of that is, but there is a figure by it, standing very loosely in your sight, most of the lights cutting away most of the image. But progress is being made on fulfilling and filling the seats that we are lacking. For now, I'm reliant on a beetle nestled into your armor. Tells me everything I need to know.
He's bugged.
You're bugged.
Okay, well, nice. Nice. Well, good. Because you all need to know what's coming.
And you should know more specifics about Grood.
Well, all you can tell me, the better.
I am crude.
I am Grood. The facility is nearly half broken down. That was one of the locations the Shadow checked. It's blocked in many places, lots of rubble. Nothing for her, though. The Huglopid you're looking for? It's very much alive. We need to get Ali Baba to look at him before we can fully decide how. Because quite frankly, the magic intuiting into him is strange. Even for us. And we're gods.
What was his temperament?
Oh. Difficult to say, because that individual was born during the time of our exile. So we don't have full information. We would if the knowing was here, but again, in training.
Firestorm, right?
Is the candidate.
If you hear Firestorm, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. And then I'm going to go back immediately to talk to him.
I bow.
The figure by the light bows.
Nah, thought so. Anyway. What kind of condition is he in? He said he's alive. But from the memories we saw of a year ago, that thing didn't really look alive at all. Somewhere in between.
And there's the full possibility. It is a Hugler pit, they are an angry race. But with
Too angry to die?
Potentially. My time, I've seen a few like that, actually.
Okay. Any advice?
My advice would be not to fight it if you don't have to. However, if you do have to, this would be the time, because if you say it's in a state of looking like it's dead, then it's weak. But it's not that you need to be worried about. What you need to be worried about is those lovely little upgraded creatures that the Unknown's been throwing at you are spawns of him. They are using his blood to create them.
Okay. A much bigger bird we have to kill with this stone, then, I guess.
When
we thought
the
it
shadow,
was just going to be a quick mission.
When the shadow was there, she saw no less than at least 3 changelings in command of several of those larger beings. And a few of the other magical inclined ones. And at the very least, 1 of them. 2, if you catch it on a bad day, and 1 was just created.
Shit. 1 a day. Oh, God. Or 1 every other day. That's a lot.
That is a lot. Okay. If we can convince him to not kill us outright and help us, do you think it's better that we teleport in or walk in?
You'll have to walk.
Okay.
The knowing, I believe, has caught on to your antics with teleportation, and countermeasures are being put in place everywhere.
The knowing or the unseen?
The unknown.
Yeah, the unknown. Okay, you said the knowing.
Oh, whoops.
I was
The
like,
unknown.
what?
The unknown's putting countermeasures to block for teleportation. Though I frankly don't know if that was you who did that, or if it was him learning that Marcus is back in the playing field.
6 in one hand, half dozen in the other.
Technically, yes. Marcus being back in the playing field is your fault.
Yep. But maybe this Huglipid being back in the game could also be our fault.
That is something I cannot speak to, Yolandriel.
I know. And that's fine. Either way, we destroyed the facility. If it's producing those things, then it needs to be destroyed.
That is a decision for you to make.
Yeah. Can you look into something?
I can look into a great many things.
Our original plan was to go in and poison the machines creating the Soth serum. But if they are creating these things... Who'd you say went in there? Ghost? What'd you say?
Shadow.
Shadow. That's what it was.
Yeah.
When Shadow went in, how good of a look did they get at the machinery? Because if we can corrupt these things along with the Soth serum, if it's even still being used, maybe that would help us out a great deal later. Instead of shutting down the factory, they'll produce faulty soldiers. It's a lot of an ask, but...
It's a big complication to that as well. They're not using machinery. Soth used machinery for the creation of his serums because he didn't have magic. They do. They're using sigils. And unless some of you are very powerful arcane users, which none of you are, your power is granted to you by us. Jartus finds his from other means in nature. Relly would be your best shot, however, she is just learning her arcane natures. You would need to bring someone along with you who can tamper in a discreet way with arcane sigils.
Okay, we'll find that someone at the meeting. Hopefully. Thanks for all the information.
Not something we can do regularly.
I know, but once this is done, there's only a few other loose ends to tie up, so. In the end game, as they say.
The consequences, maybe.
Yeah.
You still have a lot of work to do.
Don't remind me. Catch you around. And then...
Quick thing before you leave.
Mm-hmm.
Do tell Marcus to reply to our calls. He's becoming
Has
rude.
he been avoiding his duties in some way?
She just smiles at that.
I'll make sure me and Brolog let him know.
As you're walking away towards this doorway, which intuitively would lead to a different place, but it's just a big, shining, bright light, and it seems appropriate to walk towards it.
Mm-hmm.
She calls out towards you. Oh, and you know Eshnar lied, right? You can actually have children. And you pop back into your body.
I'm going to go out back and I'm going to be like, okay, then I might just accidentally genetically been shooting blanks because I have not been using protection this whole time. And then I'm gonna sit down at the table.
Jartus and Brolog, you both hear him mutter that as the glowing shininess of his body dissipates, drawing some amount of attention towards him.
We need to provide some moral
Unreal, that
support.
was atypical. Care to explain?
Speaking with Andrea, we have a lot of information to discuss. So let's get it out.
You'd like to discuss it with me as well, I assume.
I'm gonna like this at the table, and you're gonna literally hear the bones in my neck creak as I turn, and I look you directly in the face for a look. And I'm gonna say, there are things, the consequences, need to discuss.
Oh, very good. I will roll to perceive. Yeah, dirty 20. Do you need a massage? I have large hands.
I'm gonna like. Oh, I forgot about the joke. I was gonna. When you first slapped me, I thought it would be funny to come back and just immediately scream, but I forgot about that. So
No.
Anyway,
Where's my trooper?
I'm gonna say.
And I provide a
no,
nice good
Roland.
berry in these trying times.
That's all right. I'll eat the house. Either way, we'll wait for the.
You
other
have dragon now.
Well, the other one. Finestorm's also up there for the time being. Something going on with him. He's trying to become a god, I guess.
Very good.
Long story. But once Relly is here, we will discuss.
Are you only going to discuss it with Relly?
You know what? Yeah, it's gonna be a private conversation. Just me and your laundry roll.
Prologue is no longer invited.
Yeah, only friends invited.
Artist is also going to sit this one out. Form of leadership, y'all.
You two will just have your own combat.
Yolanda, while you are waiting for Relly to arrive, would you like to get a little teaser of new developments? Do you have a spell that you have to focus on that you could perhaps cast?
Oh, an absolute buttload of them. Let me see here. You said concentration? Is that what you?
Yes.
Concentration. Oh yeah, up the butt. I have concentration spells. Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Let's do this. I'm just gonna go. All right, prologue, and I'm just gonna touch you on the chest. Shield of Faith. Concentration up to 10 minutes.
Cool.
One bonus action. A shimmering field appears and surrounds a creature of your choice within range, granting it a +2 bonus to AC for the duration.
Brolog will swing back and slap Yolandriel in the face as hard as he can.
I'm gonna go. Ow!
Concentration saving throw. Oh, by the way, the DC I think is 20 with Brolog's new loveliness.
That advantage.
Oh, Chihuahua.
Got my. Ooh. Even with advantage, that sucked. 16.
You lose concentration.
Okay, I lose concentration. Yeah,
pretty fun, right?
No, I don't understand what just happened.
You could not focus on your spell. I made you stop.
You focus a little bit and realize that, yeah, there was a force and pressure behind Brolog's slap that quite literally slapped the concentration out of you. He stopped your ability to continue that spell.
That's very nice. Well, now that you don't have +2 to your AC, and I'm gonna give you a good headbutt right. Like, I'm gonna jump up and do it.
Superman style.
Ooh,
A very loud clash, I can tell you what full-on hitting two heads together sounds like and feels like. Been there, done that.
I'm going to assume that I'm not raged at this point.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, it does no damage because I don't need to. It's like bopping a dog on the nose. And as I land on my feet, I'm going to say, "Stop slapping me! Just explain."
Explanations are less interesting. I should be pleased I did not use my axe. That is better. You must admit.
Brolog, your hands are the size of my head. You might as well hit me with the axe.
First, I will keep that in mind for the next demonstration.
Yolondriel.
Mm-hmm.
An image appears in your mind. A room with a round table and lots of chairs situated around it. It's wide, large, roughly 100 by 100, square in fashion, 100 feet high, roof. Nothing too special. Basic build, basic make. And a voice accompanies, "Be here in 10 minutes."
That's funny. Anyway.
Do I know at all where this is?
Nope, but you know the room.
I have a super quick question. Even though Relly's not there, this is just a player question.
Yep.
Where are Ding and Gert? Are they still not puppying around Brolog?
No, they...
Where are they? They're still
They
inside
were helping the
Fitzburn,
town
aren't they?
evacuate.
They were helping. Helping your fam.
Okay, sweet.
They'll be showing up again soon, I think.
I'm going to whistle really loud. Fine, Storm! Time to get ready to go.
It's around that time that your journey that you're going on, Finestorm, clears to a field scattered with torn and sundered bodies all over the place. Multiple different heritages and races, all of all kinds. With a single figure.
The Shadow's place.
Single figure of the back of a cloak you recognize to be the Knowings.
Oh.
So at that point, you come back to your body. And hear the loud whistle as the wall right next to you has opened up for the sound of Yolondriel's whistle to travel through. And then hear him say what he said.
Yeah. I'll step through.
As you step through, I'm going to be like, "Good kitty." All right, let's go. I got to get my strikes in while I can, but let's go.
Yeah, just you keep playing.
Keep playing, and Kitty's claws have a mean scratch. Little note, quickly, when you do step through, there is a feeling you're not walking through a building? You're walking through a building, but it feels like you're walking through a person, a living creature. Especially with the...
Knew that.
Yes, you do, but in this case, the location of where they're at is not right next to you. But while you're walking through, it's like muscles are shifting and moving, and when you exit where you walked through, it's where they're at.
Okay. Cool.
Mainly
All
giving
right,
you
is
a little
everybody
more
packed up?
detail so I can confuse the tangerine even more.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Everybody packed up? Everybody got the stuff?
Got what stuff?
Brolog is prepared.
Relly's still pacing and spying on the kitchen, trying to figure out what the devil is happening.
Really?
Kind of just stressing, pulling her hair out, just losing her mind about it.
Hey.
I don't know how far
The
the
house
kitchen
is
from the
food.
library.
The food is house.
The
Get
house
over
is... The voice is coming to you.
The house is also a telephone? Ma'am? What in tarnation?
What is a
I know
telephone?
this-
Existential crisis of really.
It's a tin
Yeah,
can
what's
with
a
a string
telephone?
between.
Yeah, what's a telephone?
Y'all ain't never played that?
First,
All the Joffreys just look at each other.
Enough of this nonsense.
Yes.
Relly, is still muttering to herself and trying to figure it out and occasionally licking the doorknob, but makes her way back to the library where everyone else is.
It tastes like brass every single time you lick it.
She's still gonna do it, Murray.
That's how you get COVID.
Yes.
Before hands in, Prologue is going to rage.
Raging before hands in. Okay. All right. All right.
And then hands in.
Assuming
I don't know
Yolandriel-
where I'm going.
Yeah, you're the only one who got that image.
I'm going to turn to you and I'm going to say, that's what you get for spending too long over there. I'm going to send you the...
You were just there, too.
Yeah, but I was in and out. Quick 2 minutes. 2-minute chat.
Good grief.
Anyway.
You
Where are we
all-
going?
I show.
You see the room. Everyone's hands in.
Yep.
Yeah. All hands in. Really mid-lick of a doorknob. Crackle and pop, and you hear it echoing around as you enter into this room. And really, your face goes into your hand as you start licking your finger instead, as the doorknob just vanishes from your hand.
You can't do this to me, man.
You can't take pieces of the house outside of the house unless without permission.
So what happens to the food that we ate while we were in there? Again?
It's part of you now. It's not part of the house.
Anyway.
Oh no. There's an angry Relly right now. Relly is so stressed.
I'm so freaked out. This doesn't make any sense. Anyways, I'm
Good.
missing my doorknob, so I'm removing it from my inventory, but I'm not done with this.
I fully expect you to get down to the mystery of the house at some point. You will manage it. I believe in you. You can do it. There is an answer.
Do I perceive this?
The existential crisis of a doorknob vanishing from Relly's house? Yes, your passive perception's high enough. And your insight, while not being good, is still high enough.
And do I know it was part of the house?
Yes. Actually? Yeah.
I asked the house, was it part of the house?
Without permission.
I know that.
So you have to be given permission to take part of the house away.
Permission by whom?
By the house.
The Joffrey or by Marcus?
By the house.
Consent.
Presumably.
Which is Joffrey.
Consent.
And the food. You have to ask the food for permission.
There you go.
I have to ask
Nice
the
little
food for permission to eat it, and
creative
then
green.
not be starving once I leave. Oh my god.
Alright, these notes were a few pages
Could I
ago.
really mess her up?
I mean, it's your choice.
I asked the house before the doorknob disappears completely. Can I have the doorknob?
You wouldn't be able to get that in
Okay,
time.
I did know.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Doorknob me one.
Yeah. That would be really funny, though. You all are the first ones to arrive. There is a Marcus standing over in a corner with a little glass of some kind. He looks at me. Well, I said 10 minutes, not 2. Well, you're very apt and quick on your pace. Good job.
Prologue will look for the comfiest chair and sit in it.
Give me a perception check. Do it with advantage, because you know what a comfy chair looks like now.
17.
They look comfortable. But let's face it, Prologue. your rear, your posterior is forever mained by the most comfortable chair in the world. Nothing will be as comfortable as that.
Well, after not finding a comfortable chair to compare, I would also look for the chair that I can smell has been the least used.
Ooh. You could use the
They're
same
all
deception
brand
check on
new.
that one. There are a couple of new ones, but a couple of already used ones. One of them has a very unfriendly smell to it. But you do find a new one soon enough.
Thus, sit in that one.
Sit in that one. There are, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So are they all different types of chairs?
Hang on. There are a total of 40 chairs.
Are they all the same kind, or are they different kinds of chairs?
A few of them look different. They're not all the same. There's a good chunk
Are
of the
there
same
any
kind.
beanbag chairs?
No.
Damn.
This is a very formal meeting.
Formal schmormal. Google does it.
Google can feel free to. They're not in the time frame of Nathriel.
And Relly's just gonna stand off to the side.
Not hard to. There's another pop.
Same.
Crack as what appears to be what you would quickly get as a group of Reclorians coming out of nowhere, accompanied by Mathona. There's a very tall, elven lady with darker hair, bright-colored eyes, and a simple smile across her face. For Yolondriel and Jartis, yeah. There's your insight would give you the idea that this smile is more of a courtesy. This is a very guarded individual, and the face is something that she wears and doesn't necessarily feel. She's accompanied by several other people. Lady Galani is amongst them. She's standing close to the right of where this tall elven lady is. There's also... You guys have not met that one, actually. So, another gnome. And a very old-looking gnome with a younger-ish looking gnome. The old gnome is in the back. Both of his eyes seem a little clouded over, like he might not be able to fully see through both of them, but he holds and clutches this large stack of scrolls and tomes as you can see he's just smelling around, whispers something into the ears of something, unfortunately, Finestorm, your sight will not be able to see, as the beard of this gnome covers entirely his mouth, stopping any sight of any words he's saying. But you do hear the response of his accompanied person that's close at hand, with one hand on the shoulder of this elderly-looking gnome. A younger-looking man wearing tunic that seems to be stained of some kind of beverages here and there. For you, Brolog, the wafty smell of hard alcohol wafts over to you from this elderly gnome and the younger one. He's got these large mutton chops, darker hair. Looks like a much younger version of the elderly one. There's also General Kale, he's there. And Commander Lauf, she's there as well. Fully covered up, as she normally is. The only thing you can truly see are her eyes, and she quickly melds back into the shadows. Not even you can see it. Her stealth is much higher than your passive. It's not much higher, actually. It's just barely higher.
I
than
was
your
gonna
passive.
say, what?
She's damn
Did I ever get
good
the
at it.
response?
No.
He said I heard the response or saw the response.
Oh, the response. Yes. Sorry. I immediately moved on. My apologies. Response is just... No, grandfather. I don't know where we are. Some kind of room. It's large. I don't know if there's going to be booze. Kind of a little bickering back and forth. There's another pop as the Le Bons arrive. King. What's her face? Special Officer Folia. Special Officer Folia. A few other faces you don't recognize. One dressed in heavy armor, much like the king. He wears an insignia that resembles him being a general, a high-ranking general inside the Le Bon armies. Another one who... he looks uncomfortable in a way where he's looking around and taking his hands and just brushing it on the tunic every now and then, his heavy leather armor. When he turns, you can see that there's metal plating on his back, and not so much on his front. And he looks like he's looking around for something and then realizing it's not there. And Jamor as well, he pops out, this time sporting a very long rifle on his back. Face covered as normally would be. And an old friend of yours. Someone you've not seen in a very long time, except for you, Yolandriel. You would have had to coordinate to write your book with this guy. Bremlin. He's right with them as well. Also holding a bunch of scrolls and other bits. Looking cautiously between people and then catching sight of you all. And starts walking over. You know what, it's been a really long time since I've seen you all. And boy, you've got into some trouble. Good to see you too, Prologue.
And you.
No, I heard you got some new members. Or, individual people to join into the consequences. Haven't had the honors of meeting them yet.
Yes, this is Relly. Have you met Jartis?
I can't say I have.
This is Jartis. And if you had not met Jartis, you probably did not meet Finestorm. That is Finestorm.
Bremlin Adrigo. I'm the newly appointed chief archivist of Le Bon.
Sure.
Trust me, the pleasure's mine. Entirely. Condescending amongst legends right now.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yolandriel? Book's being disseminated nicely. Got a lot of people writing copies of it. Though, the Quaylands offered to do this magical thing. That can quicken the process of duplication. I don't know, they gave me a scroll and I haven't gone through just yet, but had other details.
How's it being taken?
Yolandriel, what is he talking about?
The book about Ashnar's lies.
What book?
Yes, you were gone. I forgot to tell you. Written a book about all of his lies.
You are a published author, Yolandriel?
Well, he is a published author. I simply gave him the memories in which to...
Ghostwriter. Your name's on the books, yo.
It's
I'm
on
not
the
taking
books.
glories of that.
Brolog grabs your hand with both of his hand and starts shaking it. That is an excellent feat. Would you like me to give you a tattoo?
Brolog, we've been through this 3 or 4 times. My skin could not keep tattoos in them.
That is a shame. That is a shame. Very
Yes,
well.
it
Well
is.
done. Well done.
Thank you, my friend.
Sounds like it is meeting with great success as well, by all accounts. Meaning
Is
the
it?
only account I have heard.
It actually is.
Well,
It's
that's good.
having the high priest on our side was a great start.
Oh, fun. Good.
And then you convincing the Quailins, I don't know how you did it, but getting them on the side as well, that was a big one.
It's pretty easy when you can just show people the truth of what happened.
Yeah, I would love to be able to take a look at that and see if I can figure out what it is that is allowing it to do that.
Yeah, probably after we get all this done, because trust me, you're going to have a new way to end your ghost written book about Ashnar. Plenty to write yourself after this. So,
This woman who would strike Brolog and Yolondriel as familiar comes over from the Reclorian side of things and smacks Bremlin on the back of the head. It's another elven woman, and you realize it's the same person you met as well on your first day in Danira when you first met Brem. It's Val. Valeri something. What's her last name? Valera Moonswath. You met her very briefly before leaving the city in a hurry.
as she comes up and I get the little bit of recognition, I'm going to talk with Brolog through my head and be like, should we know this person's name? Looks kind of familiar.
Let me inspect my memories.
Because your Andrew does not remember that name.
That name. Well, the rest of you hear her say as she smacks Brumlin in the back of the head. You know, when someone writes you a letter, you're supposed to reply. Sorry, I've been busy, Val. Gosh. I would think you would be busy too. That's fair, yes. Actually, I have been incredibly busy. Hey, you got the paper, right? Yes, I got it. Confirmed it. You're right. Sorry. Details, I'll go over during the meeting. Made a pretty good discovery.
Yeah, good. There's going to be a lot of stuff getting revealed today, I believe. For better or worse.
So for the better.
Yeah.
Right.
Good luck.
Thank you. Same to you. Got a few things I got to go over with Val here, but once again, it's good to see the consequences.
You too, buddy. Knowing full well I will forget his.
They both walk away. There's couple more pops as the Shallows estate group arrives.
I was about ready to ask about that.
Quailin group arrives as well. Of the Shallows estates, you would recognize the head royal guard, Tanquor, of the, what's it called? Zarthor is with them. There's representation of all the colonized, or not colonized, let's not use that word, negative connotation, of the inhabited, there we go, inhabited islands. There's a couple of dragonborns you don't recognize. One of them's Gem, the other one's not. Admiral Adwin is there. Not Aldwin, that's a mythical place. Admiral Parker is there.
Ooh, Parker.
Admiral Raleigh is there, not Relly, Raleigh. Although she is also a halfling. And Admiral Ninth, as well as Admiral Lars.
4 admirals, now 5.
Oh, 6 actually.
Oh, we got a newbie?
You got a newbie. You would recognize them to be of the name... Wait, hang on. Sith, yeah. You recognize it to be the name of Sith, which is S-Y-T-H. Like Vinmark. They are a dwarf. But...
Were they part of the Shallows before? Just promoted, or is this somebody new?
Yes. This was someone who was part of it before and went through the trials, has gone through it. But, so the audience hears this. I need you, Londriel, Relly, Jartis, and Brolog, to deafen yourselves, so you don't.
Okay, I gotta switch up my camera mode so I can deafen myself.
Jartis.
Okay.
Deafen yourself. Okay,
Oh, I just realized what's going on.
Fine Storm.
E.
Admiral Lars is not Admiral Lars. It is Jack. Admiral Ninth is not Admiral Ninth. It is Admiral Lars. Admiral Relly, or Admiral Rally, is not Admiral Rally. It is Iliath. And...
Hold on. Start over from the top.
Okay. Admiral Lars is not Admiral Lars. It's Jack. There's a very clever cloaking disguise over him, disguising who he is, but he looks like Lars. Admiral Ninth is not Admiral Ninth. It's Admiral Lars. He's disguised to look like Admiral Ninth.
Okay.
Admiral Rally is not Rally, it's Iliath. She is disguised to look like Rally.
Okay.
And the new Admiral, Admiral Sith, is not actually Admiral Sith. It's Gardul, disguised to look like Admiral Sith. Everyone else appears as they are.
So I'm going to approach Nymph.
At this point, everyone else can undeafen.
Okay. How are you going to tell them?
Well, I can't tell Tangerine, because Tangerine's not... There you go. There you go. Yeah, come on. Come on. Get out of there.
We're okay.
You're okay. You're good. Yeah, you're good now.
You want me to disconnect?
It's like, I'm just gonna wave. No, you're good. You can stay where you're at. You can undeafen now.
Disconnect. No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
He's like, leave chat room, leave
chat room. Fine Storm. What are you doing?
I was gonna go up to Admiral Nymph.
Admiral Fine Storm. Hey.
Admiral Nymph.
Lovely little room they've brought us into. I don't see any doors, do you?
I don't think it was intended to be.
I don't like it. Give me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like not having a way out. How have things been with the consequences?
Quite interesting. Quite eventful. We got lots of things to share. Which we'll share. How are things with the Shallows?
Lars walks over at that point. Puts his hand on your shoulder, gives you a big smile. Like, Admiral, how are you?
Admiral, I am good. Trying to understand a few things going on that I see, but I'll play along.
Trust me, I'm in the same boat right now. Good to see you here, though.
Yes, good to see you too. I'm sure we have plenty to talk about.
Around the table.
Yep, around the table.
Around the table.
Until we get the Shallows only business.
I'll explain later, Fine Storm.
Thank you.
And he... Don't know if you had anything else for him, but he's starting to turn Lars away and walk off. A few of the others
I think they
join.
got the gist.
Yeah, definitely. As for the rest of you, Callus, Ileana, and Mithona and Kalkos are all there. They were the means of transporting the other groups to this location. There's general conversation going on in places. Brolog. I cannot forget this. That very elegant and beautiful-looking elven woman who came in, who has Lady Galoni right next to behind her, comes walking up to you. Brolog, I presume.
That is correct, and you might be...
Chancellor Tildwin of the Reclorian States.
Prologue rages?
Prologue started out raging. It is interesting to meet you, Chancellor. I have not yet heard word of my mother. Perhaps you have news.
Interesting developments. Yes. Do you know what your mother did?
I believe she killed 3 individuals.
Yes, 3 dock workers. For referring to the group of Loxodon as multiples.
That
Repeatedly.
was a mistake.
No, what was a mistake was killing those dock workers on our grounds with our laws in place and not yours. When you get settled into your place, you can by all means practice those rights.
If the room is quiet enough, you all butthole clenches as I stand in the spot like, oh no.
But my mother...
If I give you all land inside my territories, what justice would I be doing for my people if I let violent individuals like that walk around free? If I have no guarantee that you're not going to be killing innocent people of Recloria, why should I let them? Why should I give you my land?
What did Shago say?
Ooh. That's a diplomatic answer.
Too many things that made sense.
I thought he might. The unfortunate thing about unbreakable things going against stone is that they do not break. But it does seem that your government and the consequences and the Loxodon have common cause, if not amicable feelings.
Holy shit, it's working.
Your mother is to be released. She is released at this point. However, the city of Pi we cannot give you. It is Reclorian territory, and it is our land. I said we in that, didn't I? That's why you're not paying attention right now. The Reclorians cannot give you the city of Pi. It is to be re-inhabited by Reclorians. However, due to your king's clever thinking, he and I I have worked out with King Targoran to help you rebuild the city of Nutra. It is in middle ground and currently uninhabited.
Interesting. That seems like an inordinately good idea.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? I wish I came up with it.
Everybody else sweating. I'm sweating.
Now, unpleasantries aside, sad details that I wish you and I never had to deal with. How are you, Prologue? From that point, she just engages with general conversation, like a normal human being.
Brolock will say that he is doing very well, that he has recently made a personal discovery that he believes will assist in the coming fight, but will not give particulars on that discovery. He will then ask, he will then say that he has heard a glowing report about the Chancellor from a troll, and that he hopes to, have a long-lasting civil relationship with the Chancellor, and then proceeds to ask her how the first days of her rule have been, aside from Loxodons.
Go into details. It's a while before the meeting even actually gets called together, while everyone starts intermingling a little bit between bits. She tells you about the day, asks about your tattoos and all those details, and in general, the tensity about her that was first presented is just gone. It's like she's an absolute sweetheart. You've gotten on her good side, you've gotten on her friendly side, and now you're there to stay. Unless you really, really mess up again, in which case she'll chuck you out like a bag of old garbage. But
she will.
That's only if it happens.
Try.
She will try. Oh, you've hit the next stage of certain things, Finestorm. Your eyes are always active.
Always active. Okay, otherwise I was going to say I want to activate them just so
Which
everybody else in the room,
to make sure everyone's fine. The room itself, it's not a room. The table's real, but the wall fixtures, that's all fake. This whole thing's an illusion. What you're really in is a giant 100-foot hole in the ground that's square in shape and covered in arcane sigils. You probably couldn't get out of this place even if you really, really tried.
So how are we teleporting in?
That is a good question. Marcus is around. You could probably ask him.
Okay, I will.
Magic.
I need to know these things.
In short, it's sigil that was finished upon the last teleportation.
Okay, so it's active. So no one can leave.
No one can leave, and now no one can get in.
Fun. But everybody's who they say they're supposed to be.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Just want to make sure no surprises at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Relly, actually, I have one specific thing for you as well. And then actually there's one for you, Finestorm. And even one for Jartis when he gets back. But really, Commander Lauf, who's someone you've probably heard about, heard legends or myths about how efficient she is as the head of the informations department of the military. She's a spy. Comes walking very quietly to the point where you don't even see her just showing up behind you. She disappeared into the shadows very quickly. But you do hear her speak up. I believe this is yours.
This what? I
She
turn
has
around.
what looks to be a 3 by 5.5 or so inch piece of parchment paper in her hands. And as you take it, it's your recipe.
Now, what the HE double hockey stick is going on? Where did you get this?
Took it off of a very clever satyr who took it from your family.
A satyr?
Yes, his name is Hank. He's a skis ball, and there's
Hank.
nothing I can do about it. But
All right.
you take that information and you do what you like with it.
Thank you very kindly for returning this to me. And I will tuck it safely into the depths of my pack, sandwiched between two hard cells. Any further crumb.
You stuff it into the sack very deep inside there, and when you turn to thank her again, she's gone.
Curiouser and curiouser.
There's a
And then
chuckle
I'll just like
from the side on the chair as you see Jamor, who's leaning back on 2 legs of it. She is very good at doing that.
careful with that, man. You're gonna fall back and split your head open.
Not would be a feat. I would like it. I'm kidding, I wouldn't. Why would I want to split my head open? That's the wrong voice entirely. Why can't I get it? You're, looking more yourself than the last time I saw you. That's entirely wrong, isn't it? That's Parker. I'm in the wrong head.
When was the last time I saw Jamal?
In
Have I ever
Goothmarsh.
seen
Or not Goothmarsh.
Oh.
Yeah, it is false. Yeah, it is Goothmarsh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I hadn't met them before.
No, you've only... So, it was actually last week when you were gone. That's why he's saying you look
Okay.
more like yourself now. Because you're actually you and not me playing you.
Oh, gotcha.
There you go, yeah. Do you know who she is?
So I would have heard of Commander Lauf, but would I have known what face looked like? Would I be able to recognize?
You just see the eyes. All features are hidden away.
That pair of eyes with information about my family? No.
She is my old commander. She's human. Defected 5 years ago. 6 years ago now, actually. 6
Get
cycles
out
ago.
of town. Is that Commander Lauf?
That's Commander Lauf.
Well, hot damn.
The only person who I have seen to nearly outdo her sneaking is your very own Finestorm. I say nearly. Finestorm probably could actually outdo.
From across the room, I say, I haven't tried in a while.
My money's on you.
Really is frozen.
That's a great
Frozen in
face.
place.
Didn't mean to break it.
That's
broke
screen cap
Rally.
it. Screen cap it.
Oof.
That's
we
her
can snip
picture
that.
whenever she's away.
I'd love to see it.
Uh-oh. I'm getting messages. I have frozen. Yes, you have. Uh-oh. We can't even hear the rally.
Nope.
She gone.
She gone.
Well,
Well,
we'll move over to Jartis, actually, here.
Okay.
Who?
See what the old goat boy's up to.
What is the old goat boy up to? You see other individuals walking around and approaching. Oh, gone.
Oh no.
Probably doing a reset. Yeah. I had a quick fix there. Yay. Going up to Relly and talking to Relly. People talking to Brolog. Brolog's very engaged in a conversation with the Chancellor. Your Londriel is... Actually, I don't know yet. Who are you engaged with? You were speaking to someone, right? Are you speaking to someone?
No.
No,
I'm not speaking
that's
with
right.
anyone at the moment.
That was beforehand. I forgot.
Yes.
Blindstorm somewhere. You just don't see them. And there's no one walking up to you to seek you out in particular.
We'll revel in my newfound sense of leadership. And that is a sign that all is well. I don't think it would behoove me to get too involved in areas that I don't know. Should I lean in a little closer, see if I can hear some conversations?
It's up to you.
Try to hear a
Do
few
that.
things. You can if you'd
What's
like.
nearby?
Brolog notices Jardis kind of standing by himself, rolling a 25, and so he waves him over to join him talking to the Chancellor.
All right, we'll join the Chancellor chat.
There's a moment as you start walking over where you hear a, oh, that wasn't intended for me. Right. Jartis was right there. Yes. Eleanor, who's also just quietly standing.
The Reclorian
by
fury turned to Reclorian passion.
Huh? Oh, Reclorian
I said that
fury
out
to
loud. I'm sorry.
The passion. The Chancellor looks over. Oh, I understand, yes. Rather amusing.
Don't mind me. And I just keep on walking.
Jartis, was it?
Sure.
What is your surname?
Clinwalk.
Clinwalk. There are very few Satyr Clinwalks out there.
Yeah, I didn't really know mine.
Do you
Sold as a
regret that?
am.
Are you comfortable with that, or would you like to remedy it?
You mean remedy that?
Would you like to know who you are from, Jartis?
Sure, I guess. Do I have to see my parents? I don't want to see my parents.
Well,
Sounds like you do not want to know who you are.
If you can tell me about my parents without me having to see my parents, that'd be acceptable.
We can see.
Really gotten the whole sold me into servitude thing, you know.
Yes, that's actually one of the reasons why I'd like to look into it. I don't know how much that's gone on over the years, and I'd like it to stop.
Riley's Wi-Fi is down, she said.
Oh no!
If I'm the only satyr that was sold into servitude, that would make me sad.
You weren't.
Okay.
It's not just
That
satyrs
doesn't
as
make
well.
me
It's
happier, but
halflings, gnomes,
Just make you sadder.
elves. Whoever needed some money or aid in situations. And it was only during a few time frames, but I need to make sure it's still not happening, so I'd be happy to look into your past, so that we might get into the center of it.
Sure, I guess if it'll help.
Good. I need to have a
Search
conversation
away.
with Jeth for this to happen. Do you think you might be able to get me one of those?
Conversation with Jeth?
Yes.
I can get you one of them.
Good. I look forward to it.
How do you want to speak to him?
In person would be great.
At his place in the Chalice Estate, or what are you looking for?
He's been rejecting my calls, so maybe at his place. Make that an option. Make sure he understands that.
You want to meet Jeth? Discuss the kidnapping of unhumans?
Yes, I hear he knows a lot.
Right, well, I can set that up.
I kid you not, one of my earrings just fell out of my ear, out of my headset, and down my shirt.
That's quite a development.
Yes.
Strange.
I don't know how it did that.
To the talking, then, Brolog says, to no one in particular, quite loud.
Quite loudly. General little chit-chat of people, and Admiral Parker, who was walking over to Finestorm, stops and goes, "Our details can wait. I'll talk to you after. I have updates. I do believe I can crew your boats. With undead, of course, but we'll talk about the details after this."
As long as they follow the creed. Undead following the creed. Wow, that's a good concept.
Takes a seat next to you, looking really confused, or probably not next to you. I don't know if you're standing to the side. There are exactly enough chairs for everyone to sit around the table.
Brolog goes to the chair that he had picked out. If someone tried to sit in that chair, he's going to glower over them until they move.
No one's tried to sit in it. It's open for you.
Great.
But at this point, the groups do separate back into their groupings and take seats next to each other for the most part. As much as you can, around a round table of this kind. And that one location of it is King Shago, who is sitting down. Finestorm, he looks just that much worse. And Prince Nero, who's standing next to him. There's something different about Nero. Something odd. You've never seen this before. He's wearing his crown. A smaller crown in comparison to what Shago wears. It's not like a, big, tall, pointy crown with big gems all over it. It's more of a simple band that is intricately designed in many ways of bending and twisted metals. And he's also in his full military suit, or uniform, with the multiple colored tassels for his victories and accomplishments tethered to him, looking very fine and regal and not as rugged as you're used to seeing him. And he stands up while everyone's sitting down. Right. Thank you, everyone, very much for coming. There's a lot for us to discuss, and my father figured it would be a lot easier if we were all in the same room, physically, in a safe and secure place. The consequences were nearly assassinated a while ago. With Brolog here, of course. Can't not forget that creed. Yes, Brolog?
I did not want you to forget.
Thank you. I figured that's what that was for. As I was saying, the consequences had an
Yet
assassination
they always forget about me.
attempt. Yes, he does. He's not good at this. Oh no! Oh, well, okay, no, we're good. We're good. I thought that was someone else disappearing.
Nope, I'm back, baby.
Yes!
Sorry.
Brolog's brought it into meeting time with everyone, and Prince Nero is now talking. The attempt, while being a failure, did bring into light the fact that if we were to do this in a dream state, like we were planning, our bodies would still be at risk, and that would be a very good time to take care of it. We are secure here, nothing can get in and nothing can get out. That is by design, and that will stay that way until I choose not to. Thank you, each and individual one of you, for coming to this location and representing those who are afflicted and aware of the situation at hand. If I might start us off, there's another elven-looking lad who's got this couple of parallel scars along his face, just chuckling to himself, just to the right of Nero. Would you rather us go a different route? I think it'd be better if we all just cut the shit and actually got to the details of things. Excuse the French.
I'm gonna lean forward with my hand raised. I could ease that process quite a bit.
Please, by all means, voice of the gods, Yolandriel, speak up and save us the grace of having to listen to our lovely prince here address us in such a formal way during such a dire time.
It was a good speech, Nero, but this is going to go much quicker. All right, everybody hands on. And I go like this to the two people right next to me. And I wait. Everybody hands on in a circle.
They're all looking very confused around, except for those of Alpha A who are here. They all go hands on. Shago and Nero do. The guy who's just speaking, Nero puts his shoulder on his hand and goes, "You don't have to squeeze so tightly now." And he reaches over and grabs someone out, the person next to him, and slowly goes around. Last of which being the Chancellor, who looks at you. Complies, eventually.
Now that everyone is together, this goes much quicker if everyone is open to what I'm about to do. I am not going to be invading your memories. I'm going to be giving you ours. Deal?
Feel free to give the group mine as well.
I will be giving everyone the consequences of memory. Deal?
Agreeable.
Now, by consequences, do you mean each individual member? Or just yours and Brolog's?
As much as they are willing to give. That is up to them.
How does this work?
It's really complicated and hard to explain, but it is magic. Let's just say, blanket statement, magic.
I'll just think and get along with it.
That has anything that would block it? As I look around. Rings.
As for
circlets.
magical items, no. No magical items that would block it, but your knowledge of the Magus, you know they have an innate magical defense against things like this. And there are quite a few Magus here, and the bounce and lashback would really hurt your Yolandriel, so it's a good thing he's doing this and asking them all to lower those defenses.
Yes, I just want to make sure there's no one else holding out or anything else.
Yeah, your passive perception's high enough to see no one else.
Okay.
As any of them. Admiral Lars is also fairly slow and hesitant to complying with this request. Ninth does in a heartbeat. Parker does fairly quickly as well. After a moment, people stop questioning and asking. And you get the best sense that people have complied.
I say this with my mind to everyone. All right. Let's begin, I guess. All right, so where did we leave off? Our assassination attempt? Do we want to start there? Consequences, I say. Okay. And I just start running them through the events, leaving out information that I know may compromise, like, whatever Firestorm's got going on. You know, he can divulge all the information he wants to divulge. This is just from my perspective at the very least, and then you guys can fill in that however you need. Pretty much.
Let's
continue. Yeah.
do this a little different.
Okay.
Why don't you all tell me what it is you're communicating here?
No, I'll go first.
Treat it as like a recap of things.
Yeah.
And everyone pitch in.
Assassination attempt and what type of enemies they were, how they attacked, what the fallout of that was. And then from there, we'll pretty much just go to the dragon. Explain all of that. You guys want to fill in anything else up to that point?
I thought we were just going to go around in a circle.
Oh yeah, let's go around in a circle. Let's do it that way.
Just do a circle.
Okay.
Relly's next.
A sick lyre solo. Or lute, is it? Okay, a sick lyre solo, and then like a dancing friendly little treasure chest. Just kind of chiming in with details. Not really contributing to the plot, but happy to be here.
Drank the right tea once.
Was
That
Elandria
was
going
a
to
good
go any
idea.
farther?
Yeah,
past
I was
the
going to
dragon?
go. I was going to go
Go ahead
past
and
the
fish.
dragon.
Go ahead and fish.
Drink the right
And
tea
then-
once. I'm writing that down.
I was going to go on to Eshnar, fully explain that situation and that the gods are restored, mostly for the time being, at least. And then on to our ever so slightly failed rescue attempt at the invasion. We learned about what the is, who he actually is capable of. That's where the most information is going to be, because that's the most pertinent to what's going on currently. And I'm going to also like link back to our experiences in that first city that got attacked, not Nutra, but Laban, right? Laban got attacked.
Yeah, Lithrom.
Lithrom.
Lithrom, yeah.
That's what it was. And I'm going to say it's been the same person this whole time. Pretty much.
Jardis, anything to add?
Does anybody want a good berry?
I've been offering quite a few good berries. Well, I don't know how much more I can add. We had a pretty
Want to
interesting
talk
time.
about the Fey realm and how we've got
I guess that was
some help. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we went to the Fey realm, which does exist and is accessible in ways. So,
memory proof.
We still have an ally in that regard, so we shouldn't forget that part. We do have the assistance of the Archfey helping us out there. We encountered a very strange trio of blood witches in the Fey realm. Made some deal with Aberrat, who was going to pass anyway. It was some strange catch-22 where he ended up winning, I guess, and became a tree. And That tree.
I wanted to be known that all the explanations from us are in chronological order. We're not bouncing.
Yeah.
We're like
It's-
ding, 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 ding.
It's
all the way
chrono.
down.
I'm imagining it like a straight line for your Yolandriel, and then these little bits of, oh yeah, and don't forget the fries. Oh yeah, and don't forget about this. Oh yeah, and don't forget about that. From everyone else, just chiming in randomly. Sorry, Jar, just carry on.
Mine's gonna be different, but anyway.
And we were immune to fire for a while. That was pretty nice. Ticked off a dragon. That was pretty cool. And I now have a divine teapot. So, all in all,
tea. Anybody?
We've faced the gates. We've been at the gates of death a few times. I think our biggest priority is trying to die for real. Pretty nice.
Burlog will recount how he parlayed with the trolls, brought them on board and to the surface. Talk about splitting the dragon in half and saving Yolandriel. Talking about the defeat of Eshnar via the dome connection. Let's see. Talk about he'll leave off talking anymore about the assassination attempt. That seems like it was covered. And then we'll give as much detail as he can remember on the baddies that seem to have been made to defeat the consequences. And their seemingly only strengths. Spell shields, ghost, nature, and then as well as about the main baddie himself, who was able to hold the group of us, was not in any way afeared of the consequences, and that he seemed to be amused by making beings suffer. Yes. Go ahead, Finestorm.
Okay. I'm not interjecting this chronologically. I'm waiting until the explanation is done. And then.
You're waiting till all the way at the end?
Kind of, yeah, to the end of the consequences giving their little bits. I'll stop before anybody else at the table chimes in.
Okay. Before then, because I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to want to sneak this in before you speak.
Go for it.
Everyone actually can give me, and I'm going to ask for checks on this, no passives. You can give me passive perception and a passive insight. Not passive. Good grief. Sorry. Give me perception and insight roll.
Everybody?
Everyone.
Advantage?
Insight and perception.
For you, yes, advantage, Finestorm.
Yeah.
We got a natty 20 on that perception for 26.
Oh, bro.
Nice.
And a 16 on the insight.
26 and a 16.
I got a 19 on my insight and a 23 on my perception.
23. Wonderful. Jartis.
A 24 on insight and 19 on perception.
Wonderful. Yolandriel?
24 on perception and... Oh, good lord, 2 14s in a row. It's going to be 24 on insight. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. just when it really, really matters, you all start rolling really, really high. And it's awesome, because I love it. Brolog, Relly, and Eulondriel. Perception. You see it. Jartis, sorry, didn't roll high enough.
Are we ignoring me?
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry.
I was
Yes,
just curious if there was a
we are
reason.
supposed to be, yes, but I'm supposed to
Okay.
also ask for it before. Fine, Storm, what'd you get?
Perception is 26. Insight is 14.
14, okay.
I need to get my insight up.
you do need to get the inside up, yeah. The inside actually is something I did need. The perception not so much, because you would be noticing most of this for circumstances that I won't go into detail with, but you should know. Already. Should know. So Eulondriel, Relly, and Brolog. All my paid notes are all over the place because I planned this thing out a long time ago. There are a few... So there's a couple of Flipper here that... Relly, you've never seen these things. They kind of look like a mix between an Aarakocra and a Harpy. They're native to Quayla, a native race over there. They, in general, just look very, very confused. They're being comforted by Nero, who's just whispering very silently to them through some messages. The big thing you would notice, primarily, is Admiral Lars. When you go over the details in the assassination again, he chuckles to himself. Admiral Relly and Admiral Sith. Well, Admiral Rally. She looks really uncomfortable. She's looking around a lot at each individual person. Sith hasn't moved. Admiral Sith hasn't moved at all. He's been stationary, just sitting, not even looking anywhere. The people out and touching on him, they're holding onto his shoulders. Nero is looking at Finestorm during this process. Eleanor is looking rather confused back and forth between Admiral Lars, Admiral Rally, Admiral Ninth, and Admiral Sith. Folia is doing the same thing. Commander Lav's nowhere to be seen. You're just now realizing this. She gone. And Lady Galoni is eyeing you, Eulondriel. As far as insights go, Jartis and Eulondriel. Admiral Rally's really, really nervous. For some reason, she's nervous. Admiral Sith, there's no emotion coming from him at all. And Admiral Lars, it seems like there's a haughty laughter. Like his laugh was, there was more attitude behind it. And Nero is genuinely confused by a few things. So is Folia. Like there's genuine confusion coming from them.
What do I do with this information?
What do you do with this information?
I don't even know what I can do.
I'm going to do something while Finestorm talks.
Yeah.
Okay. I will message you very quick.
Go for it. Finestorm.
Create the image of hovering above the planet in space, the calm serenity, coolness of looking down on the planet. So everyone gets a picture of their viewing the world from the Celestials. And I'm going to say, this is probably the last time I'm going to give knowledge away. And then, kind of like Google Earth, as I speak to different places, the planet will rotate to the location and zoom in.
Nice. Yeah.
And I will give all the details that I know from every source about Stillwater. So they see even things that haven't come from
Every
the
source?
consequences yet.
Including...
Every source. Every source. Everything I know about Stillwater, the ships, the capabilities. Yep, I know. We'll see where this goes today. But I gotta go back to my list. You made me change pages.
Not to be that guy, but would we even recognize our own planet?
No.
You
Oh,
wouldn't.
Cool.
You wouldn't until it started getting a bit more zoomed in, and you would start seeing the continents look like maps you've seen in the past. Jartis, you'd probably be the first one to realize this, because you've made a lot of maps in your day. You know what it looks like.
Prologue, you
Good
feel
old
on your shoulder, 'cause that's where my hand is. Just quickly with my thumb, you feel me do like an X motion with my thumb, and you see me glance at you.
I will roll for insight to figure out what that could possibly mean.
So, before I go into
16.
details describing a few things of what Vinestorm's doing, first off, Yolondriel, the thing you asked of trying to speak to her while trying to do what you're doing right now, maintaining connection with everyone, you won't be able to do it. You can't isolate a single mind and speak to a single person. Because right now you're technically speaking to everyone, with one person being the voice, but it's channeled through you.
Yeah.
What was that insight check, Prologue?
It was a 16.
16? What does he get, Yolondriel? It's high enough.
So when I glance at you, I scan over the whole table, meaning I'm just trying to get your attention to watch, because something's off.
As you're scanning over, Admiral Lars is staring at Admiral Finestorm.
We'll get to that. Let's see here. Just to rehash for everybody else, the Goliath has been modified. I'm showing that it can fire at locations 27 miles away to incinerate vessels.
Keep going. Or would you like me to take over from...
Go ahead.
Okay.
You can feel it. I mean, I'm giving them everything I can tell about the Goliath, about Stillwater, about...
There are...
everything.
At first, it makes sense. What you see, what you hear, their voices, there are things that you've been told, echoing through, and then it starts to shift a little bit, and it starts making less sense. When speaking about the Goliath, it's not just speaking about the Goliath. With the image there, you are seeing the Goliath right there, and you are seeing people walking around.
Living shadows.
Living shadows. You are seeing details. And as the images and information is being transferred over to you, you are seeing the facility of Stillwater. You are seeing the insides of it. Not from the perspective of a tour of any kind, from the perspective of a walking individual. Someone walking through Stillwaters. Several locations and several times you see other beings walking by, going from place to place. Rooms having different individuals. In some cases, you see people you've recognized. You fought before on the battlefields. the big giant armored individual you fought in Marcus's house, you see him inside one of the rooms, standing by another female that you also fought.
The teleportation circle.
See where it's at. The room itself.
That goes into Stillwater. That the other side is at the city of the Throm.
Flash and point, you could travel over to another large teleportation circle, which you can clearly see is very deep, deep underground.
And heavily guarded.
Thousands of these things. But the image you see immediately gives you the impression that those thousands of beings arrived recently and were preparing to move out towards the southern lines. It is heavily guarded, but there are points where it's not heavily guarded. There is a minimum number, and if you catch it in the right day, you can get them when they don't have reinforcements.
I am going to... This is going to go over great. Not counting present company, I'm going to show every changeling that I know throughout the world where they are, who they are assuming to be.
Faces start passing through. Several people in the circle gasp at a couple of the faces, like the shopkeeper inside Zarthor. Changeling. Infiltrated months ago. One of the chief advisors for the new chancellor, Changeling. Infiltrated months ago. One of the guards you passed by in Fitzburn, Changeling. Infiltrated months ago. Eulandriel, give me a wisdom check.
Ouch! Alright, let's go. Ooh, a check you said?
Ooh,
not a save?
actually, this would be charisma.
Charisma. Okay.
And
check or
because
save?
it's... This is... it is a check. It is through your... It's through your magic that you're getting this check. Through your item, magical item, the thing that's allowing you to even do the communication to begin with. So, it is a check, but I'm inclined to give you advantage on it, because you are the voice of the gods as well. You're very attuned to the armor. It is awoken. It is very powerful stuff.
I didn't need to roll again, but I did to see if I could get 2 nat 20s, because the first roll was a nat 20 to a total of 19. Because it's a check.
Everything
I'll save.
Finestorm's giving you... Actually... Relly, Jartus, Prologue, and Finestorm. I want you all to deafen. Real quick. Real quick here. It's gonna be like 10 seconds while I say this.
Haha, losers.
Let me just pop over here and double check. Jartus, deafen.
Right click your screen. You're like...
There you go, you got it. Everything Finestorm just showed you is a memory. A personal memory of his own.
I'm going to slowly swivel in my seat.
Okay.
You guys see me slowly swivel in my seat and look directly at the side of Firestorm's head. I say nothing.
Let's see here. Continuing on, unless something else is coming up, I am going to show everything I know about Zalado. Because that's all in my notes here, too. Already attacked half a dozen times. Each time a complete utter failure. It's the only city that the unknown cannot breach, and they want it badly. There's a protective magic barrier around it that even the unknown does not know how to get through.
That gets Marcus's attention. He's definitely...
You've just been sitting on this whole time,
Yes.
haven't you?
Yes, I have. There's a lot that's come through. And I'll... Go ahead.
So I say Brolock would like to perceive for any hostile intent amongst those gathered.
Give me an insight check. That's going to be an insight check.
That's definitely less good. 13?
13? Hang on. I have yet to roll a dice today, so I'm going to roll a dice.
Oh.
I was hoping earlier, Peter, that the X on your back would signify axe, and the scan around meant get ready.
Oh, Brolock is ready.
Prepare, yes.
It's a natural 1. I rolled a 1. A natural
Excellent.
1.
Dang.
Lars
Delicious.
is looking very aggressive right now.
Brolock will then, whilst Finestorm's presentation is happening, try to do a stealthy, get his axe out under the table into his hands.
All right, give me a stealth check.
Okay.
While he does this, I'm going to distract everybody to possibly give him advantage.
All right, how you doing that?
Okay. Okay, this is what I'm going to say. And I'm going to make it very clear to everyone.
During Finestorm's presentation.
Which isn't over yet, but...
Oh, it's not over yet?
Oh,
Well,
no.
As soon as there's a pause, right? And I see him...
I'll pause
I
now.
see Brolock kind of moving. I'm going to say, what we're facing is a world threat. Because if you think they're going to stop here on this continent, you're wrong. They're going to go to every single bit of landmass here and take it over out of spite for this man, I say, and I point directly with my head, I should say, because I'm still gripping. I point with my head at Marcus, and for the sheer fun of it, apparently. We need you all to understand how serious this is.
Admiral Ninth looks very nervously at Finestorm.
Did you want to know my inside roll? Or...
Yes, what's your inside roll?
Or, not insight,
stealth? Yeah, stealth. Yeah, go for it.
Did you want me to roll with advantage or no?
No.
Okay.
Damn, not good enough.
That's an 11.
An 11? Okay.
Not even that. Not even that was good enough for a quick
Anyway,
advantage.
Are you kidding? No, you know what's going on now.
Rolls, the DC's fairly low to begin with, because they're already fairly distracted, but I took it into consideration. Sorry, Finestorm. Carry on.
No. The next little bit is I will show the last few moments and death of the knowing, and him giving me the knowledge in possibility of one day replacing him. Not saying that I am right now.
Carry on.
And that's where I'll end it. I doubt that would be good enough for some people, but hey, I'm just trying to make that the reason why I know everything.
And I'm going to immediately break the connection with everyone by letting go of the two people next to me. And I'm going to put my hands on the table.
Admiral Ninth is standing up very suddenly. There is a point the Admiral made that I would like to push down on a little bit.
If you do not mind, sit down when you make it.
Well, looking at you, slowly pulls the chair back, sits down, leans forward on the table, We absolutely agree with the Admiral that we need all the help we can get. We need all the information we can get. He looks over at Admiral Laws. And we've acquired quite a bit. Even more than what the Admiral just showed you. Admiral Laws starts laughing a little bit louder. You know he's not an admiral anymore, right? As long as he holds the banner and flies the flag. Don't you have to go through a test or something? Man, I thought I was making a better choice. You're all so disorganized. And you don't even know who's walking right in front of you. You better hold to your word, Lars. Okay, just throw the cat out of the bag right away. Admiral Ninth stops looking like Admiral Ninth and begins looking like Admiral Lars. There's two Larses right next to each other right now. He goes, "Oh, that's out of the bag. The changelings are defecting."
So, I say.
What do you say? What?
Those changelings.
Oh, no, 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 no. Not just us, Zayden. All of them. We're the first of all of them. And Admiral Lars' figure disappears. And you recognize and see, once again, Jack, sitting before you all. Looking angry, but Prologue, with the insight you rolled, angry in a way of desperate to get people to listen. Jack, being the assassin who nearly killed you, Prologue, in the mansion.
Best speak quickly. There was action taken that, unless undone, shall not be forgiven.
Oh, Prologue, I don't care if you forgive me or not. All I care is if you give a dang.
Dang.
almost
Oh,
almost a string of curses there. Controlled. Control, delete. I really don't care about your forgiveness. All I care is putting an end to that stinking fiend who made us what we are. We don't know any existence other than what he tells us to believe and what to know. We don't have a choice in it. We're defecting, and I need your help to free my people. Yeah, we do. It's because we finally realized we do. And for a while, he looks at Finestorm. I thought you didn't. But now I find you here.
Yeah, you guys hear as the chair swivels.
He looks around at the
Finestorm.
other confused faces. And they don't know.
I'm currently like this at the table looking at Finestorm.
Wow. Oops. We don't
You didn't
know.
think I expected this?
As confusing as most of this is Law speaking. I'm not sure what they're getting at this point. I I agree and
gonna-
speak to things I don't understand all the time.
Gonna roll an
This is
insight on Lars.
ridiculous.
First things first. Jack. Why should I believe you?
No matter what I say, you're not gonna listen.
Give
I
it a go.
listen all the time. The question is,
Yeah,
why
right.
should I believe what you are saying?
I risked my life, my limb, those of my friends, and those I consider close to me, to defect from his stinking rule, find the Shallows, and get this information to you. Whether or not you decide to believe me is up to you. Now I know
29
how to
insight.
get 29
For this whole
insight
thing,
laws.
as he-
okay,
yeah,
cool.
keep
I'll
going,
get after this. Yeah. Now I know how to get into the secret places underneath the Throm. I know what they're doing, and how they're trying to attack Zaledo. I know what Grood in general looks like and what's reinforcing it. I know what's on top of the Goliath, and I know what's inside Stillwater. I'm offering this information to you freely. Take it or leave it. If you leave it, we'll be leaving.
29 insight.
29 insight? He's 100% telling the truth. As far as laws, he is a little confused. He is confused to what Jack's getting at for Finestorm.
I'm gonna turn like this to Brolog.
Brolog links as well to Yolandriel and says, what is your thoughts?
Well, he's telling the truth, and he definitely is risking his life sitting there less than 20 feet away from you.
That is
Currently.
a very interesting development.
But I believe him to be telling the truth. We'll keep an eye, all the same. But somebody, and you see my head slowly turn to Finestorm, hasn't been telling us the full truth this whole time anyway, so...
That is Finestorm. That is his way.
I think we can afford to take this chance, especially now.
Do you think I can also?
I think the consequences can...
I'm so ready for your next character. I love Prologue, but I hate the Creed.
Doesn't everyone?
Yes.
The consequences can use the information he has.
Yes. Very well. At this point, Brolog will speak aloud and say...
While you two were having that private little mind conversation, other, like the Chancellor of Recloria and King of Lebon was speaking up and asking general questions as well.
I have decided to hear you out, Jack. Please continue.
I was gonna anyway, but nice to have your permission.
Please don't push it. Just for everyone's sake at this table right now.
I'm not actually extending the hand because but the middle finger. They don't care about any of the other place. That your admiral got absolutely right. They care only about Zaledo. They've upgraded us as well. This is why I know the changelings are willing to revolt. Me and my squad used to be one of the heads. We used to be the top. The Admiral would know this. We've been replaced. Moved back. We are no more than just fodder to be thrown at your front lines. We're useless to him. I, for one, want to continue living. I'm tired of the purpose he told me that I have to take. We're all tired of it. We're tired of fighting. We want to know what else there is about life. You know, I've only been alive for 4 cycles. And all
I've
I've
seen
known
shit
is
you
war.
people wouldn't believe. Sorry. Blade Runner reference. Replicants are for you.
Is that all?
I don't even know why I'm even trying here. The Reclorians, you exhibited genocide for years before we came around. And the Bond don't give a damn about anyone else. The Quailans, you're all the way across the ocean. Why should you care?
A common enemy perhaps binds.
Yeah. What do you do to people who used to be your common enemy when the common enemy's dead?
The same thing. The same thing we're going to try to do with that Hooglupid they've got locked up, producing Soth serum. Try and get him on our side, and use him as an ally and a weapon. And also maybe make a friend in the process. Does that sound agreeable, Jack?
It is known that the followers of the Creed
There is no effing way I'm picking up your creed.
make enemies easily.
Oh, thank goodness.
From those who do not understand. But I think I can speak with authority, as the holiest Loxodon on this continent, am also quick to forgive when given reason to. If this pans out, your plans, your knowledge allows me the consequences, this room, to defeat the Nameless, well, that is a greater kindness than your insult.
Give me a persuasion check.
So that
With
was good.
advantage.
Doodly doodly doo. Guidance. I shoot him a quick tap on the tap on the leg under the table.
Okay.
What's my guidance right now?
Guidance is always a D4.
Okay.
Oh, it's always a D4.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's not.
I rolled a 1. So that is.
You're rolling with advantage, right?
No, I mean the guidance was a 1.
Oh.
So that is a 15.
15. It looks like your Yolandriel. You finished your Ashenar business? Where you were
For now, you can't really
You're the voice of the gods.
kill a god, per se. So he might come back later on. And we'll have to-
Yeah, screw him, whatever. You're the voice of the gods, though.
Yes.
He walks around to you. Then by the name of the gods and their voice, you make me this promise. And when this is done, when we've killed that scumbag who's abused my species, you let us go. And you never try to find us again.
I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to shake his hand, and then I'm going to turn back to the table, and I'm going to say...
As you're shaking his hand, it pulses from you, but there is an energy pulse coming from you that you would know. It's binding. You just made a binding contract as the voice of the gods.
Okay.
You have
I'm
to
going
keep
to turn
to your
back.
promise, otherwise bad shit might happen. Sorry, excuse
I'm
my
going
friends.
to
Sorry.
turn back to the table, and I'm going to say, and that's final. Does everybody here understand it? Because if anyone breaks my promise, you will have to answer to all of the gods, not just me.
I'm gonna make this the last thing for the night. Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion check. Come on, Daddy.
Warlock will telepathically say to Yolandrio, Yolandrio,
For a little guidance.
you know who I am.
Add a d4.
And a d4? Okay, you said this was a persuasion?
Persuasion.
At least I rolled high. Maybe this will help. D4. Right back to where I was. 18.
18?
Rolled an 18, it's -1, got a 1 back from the guidance.
The old -1 charisma's really good.
The majority of people seem to be nodding in agreement. The Flipper especially. They are the theocracy of Salo, which Salo is one of the gods. They are very, very highly religious, and you being the voice of the gods, basically anything you say, they will do. There's a little hesitancy from Nero and Talduin, Chancellor Talduin. They're both a little cautious on it. But everyone else is in agreement.
I'm going to sit back down where I was, and I'm going to say, now to discuss what exactly we're going to do next.
And that is where we're going to close for the night.
I am amongst these discussions as well, correct?
Oh my
no,
gosh.
this is where we end the night. Andrew slamming his head down onto the table.
There's just a string of cusses coming from Jack as he's like, why? Why do I have to work with the Creed? All right. Oh, also, Admiral Raleigh is not Admiral Raleigh anymore, and neither is Admiral Sith. They are both the other two individuals you encountered in Marcus's mansion and had to fight.
Rock on.
Yeah, Lars is the only, and Parker,
Yeah.
the only true admirals here
Yeah.
that are the admirals.
Finestorm saw that immediately. It's great. All right, everyone. We are going to re-adjourn this literal meeting as they come back next week to talk about all the lovely little details of what they can do and would like to do. There's also a bunch of other lovely stuff that we haven't even gotten into yet. Excuse me. Until then, though, we're going to find someone to raid. Don't forget about Tuesday. Tuesday, we are back into the fray with some Into the Wilds with Vaughn as the DM. Brand new D&D campaign here at the Owlbear Inn. So be sure to tune in to that. Let's see, I think Saturday. That's right, I saw them go live. Let's
Yeah,
roll the
they're playing
flutter die.
Valheim.
Yeah, they're playing Valheim.
Co-stream too. Nice.
Yee.
Nice.
Let's do it. See you
We're
guys
gonna do
in a
them.
week.
Yes, a week.
Bye.
We'll come back to this lovely stuff that's happening. Love you all.
Oh yeah.
Toodaloo.
Bye guys.
Bye.
Yeah, may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.